Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex. What a day it has been. Well, let me first of all, let me make sure you all can hear me because I might be sitting here talking to myself. Ah, you can hear me. Very good. What a day it has been. I tell you. I said yesterday, I said, okay, if this book triggers certain conversations, then I think it's a good idea. I also admitted that it is not without risk for the Sussexes. Anything can and will happen, etc., right? I mean, there's always risk. In life, there's risk. Um, Sometimes I say to people, when things go wrong on vacation, you spend too much money, you go the wrong way, you waste the day. Well, there's a way that you can avoid all of that. It's called staying home. But if you are up for an adventure, you have to get out there and do things, right? So that being said, this book has caused a spot of bother for the royal family, select members of the royal family, yes, some more than others. It has caused a bit of controversy, a spot of bother, if you will. And I am here for it. I am here for it. This is one of those days where I'm just like tickled pink. Okay. The sun was shining. Um, I watched a bit of a feeding frenzy on morning television from the UK, thanks to some reliable squatties who will share some of those things with us from time to time, because otherwise, most of us Yankees would never see it. So, thank you so much for that. Um, Undisclosed squatties that have helped so much. Never has so few helped so many with so many sound bites, which I am certain I have them all lined up today. But if not, again, if you don't want any mishap, if you don't want any trouble, stay home. Um, but I like to leave a certain amount of things to chance. I just think life is more interesting like that. Amen. Also, I have to tell you something else that amazing that happened today. Well, our beloved Connie Balmer. You hear that? Connie Balmer. This is my beautiful Swiss belle. It's from Switzerland. This is just the most beautiful thing. I'm going to have to take a nice quality photo of it for you. But it is beautiful. I can't wait to include this with my other souvenirs. I'm going to have to do a video just about my souvenirs, my souvenir shelf. But this is beautiful. And it's from Switzerland. And it was accompanied by a selection of chocolates, right? And also accompanied by four different types of Ricola. Yes, Ricola. So thank you, Connie Balmer. It was definitely worth the wait. I was so happy. So one more time, Connie Balmer. Woo! It is beautiful, you guys. It is beautiful. I have been just like smiling all afternoon. But yeah, very nice. So thank you so much, Connie Balmer. Um, just great, just great. It's a birthday Christmas present, so I love it. Um, right, right. Hey, B10 pal. Let's see here. B10, 22 months membership. And Church Nelly, hello, Baron, Baronettes, and all squaddies from around the world and beyond. Oh, y'all, wee pills taken. Yeah. Um, for you new squaddies, if you don't know what the wee pills are, I had a situation one time with a hernia, and nothing gave me relief until I don't know what it was they gave me, but it seemed like let's say two of the biggest hospital orderlies appeared at the foot of the bed and the head of the bed, and it seemed like the bed was just spinning around like wee, wee. That hernia dropped back into place. Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, that was quite the experience. I don't even want to know what that was they gave me because I don't want to be out looking for it. But I'm here to tell you, wee, wee. The bed was spinning. My head just rolled around, and I had this big grin on my face. And in that moment, I understood how people get problems, how they have problems, because I'm telling you, if life is really going bad for you, and that's something that is available, I can understand how people get in trouble. That was fantastic. You couldn't function like that, but I was in so much pain. It was a searing pain, like somebody had shoved me with a hot poker in my nether regions, and I couldn't stand up, I couldn't lay down, and I just rolled side to side, wincing in pain. And they tried to give me like the usual shot. That didn't do anything. And then they said, well, we'll try something else. Whee! 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 Oh man. So I was in so much pain that the doctor, he was like, well, the intern, he said, I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm trying to push it back in. I said, that hurts. And then eventually he said, you have to let go of my finger. I was trying to pull his finger backwards because he was hurting me. So I was trying to hurt him. So, but yeah, it that I'll never forget that one. I promise you. I had never felt pain like that before. But they do have something for it, unfortunately. Uh, so again, if you're new to Royal Sussex and you see the reference to that, now you know where it comes from. Um, yeah, I think my bed, my gurney, was like up at the ceiling. It was like my bed was like along the ceiling. When they took me to an X-ray, they said, "Are you able to stand up?" I jumped up on 2 feet as so fast you would have thought they had put on a Motown record. I literally jumped up and was smiling and glad to do so. It wasn't anything I couldn't do at that point. So, oh man, I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't want to know what it was. I don't want to know what it was because I don't want to ever find myself thinking, if I could just, yeah, I don't even want to know. I have a hunch, but I don't want to know. They shouldn't tell people what that is. Uh, they shouldn't tell people what that is. So there is our intrepid young reporter, Omid Scobie, and of course, there is the royal family behind him. He is flanked by the royal family in this reimagined, superimposed, cut and paste, computer generated image. And man, for those people who never heard of Omid Scobie, let me say it the way Millie Jackson would say it. There's a viral, well, I guess you can call it viral, but there's a viral video of Millie Jackson on YouTube. She's wearing red, I think, and she did a show at the Apollo. And of course, growing up at a certain period in American history, most black people know who Millie Jackson is. But there were some white people in the audience, and she just looked around after doing her Millie Jackson show, and she said, "Well, my name is Millie Jackson, and for those of you white folks who don't know me, one thing's for sure: you won't effing forget me." She kind of sings and she does little like little, I guess you can call it comedy, but yeah, she riffs about certain things. Have you ever heard of a black person who is supposed to do something like a certain type of show, and then all of a sudden they're singing and talking about old school stuff and laughing and joking? Where do you find a person like that? Oh, I forgot Royal Sussex. Uh, but yeah, it's kind of like Royal Sussex. Although I would say it's not as by chance, but she's just naturally funny. So Millie Jackson is her name, and if you ever get a chance to see her, she has a very gritty, soulful voice, and she is funny as I don't know what. So yeah, so for those of you who have never heard of Omid Scobie, one thing's for sure, you won't flip and forget him because he has definitely made a name for himself in the past few days. So let's see here. Olivia Johnson, thank you for 2 months membership. So thank you, B10 Pal. Thank you, Church Nelly. And thank you, Olivia Johnson. I think I'm going to use my cowbell for today. I love this thing. It is so beautiful. You guys have no idea. It's so beautiful. Um, I don't know, Rohini. I think your little drummer man has some competition. I'm gonna. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna put the cowboy. I mean the cowboy, the cowbell next to the little drummer. Rohini sent me like a guy playing one of those tin drums. Oh my god, that one is beautiful too. So yeah, nice, 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 nice. Thank you both very much. All right, so moving on. I made this today. I used the AI and I asked the AI to create a superhero called Omid Scobie. Well, the AI gave me a superhero suit, but it didn't give me the superhero face. So I had to take the face from another source and I had to take the background from yet another source. Oh, actually, I think the AI gave me the background too. So yeah, so I just kind of layered everything together. I think that obese dub looks a little bit out of place. It looks like a obese a dove. Yeah, it looks like a dove with a weight problem, but the overweight dove just kind of ruins the photo, the image. So I may try to see if I can remove that. But yeah, Omid, I asked the AI to create an image of Omid as a superhero. Well, I had to actually find a letter O because it kept giving me the letter S, even though I asked for the letter O and S. It just gave me an O. So I had to pretty much layer like 4 or 5 different things to create the image. But I think it came out pretty cool, right? I think it came out pretty cool. Anyway, so that is Omid, the guardian of justice for the subjects of the United Kingdom. What are those birds back there? The AI just created these birds out of nowhere. That is so interesting. Anyway, pretty cool, pretty cool. So yeah, that's the way I see Omid nowadays. But yeah, the thing kind of created a bit of a Iron Man slash Superman type of thing. and whatever. So this is, in case you're wondering, what does the AI do? The AI created this version of Buckingham Palace, and it created the the superhero suit, and then I had to find the face from another source, and it came out like this. So that's how I see Omid Scobie today. But this is where I got the photo from. See, I just kind of tilted the head and everything. But you guys know I have a black belt in cut and paste. I have a black belt in cut and paste. So go Omid Scobie. I knew I liked that guy. Now, Omid posted this image of himself today. I created like a mirror reflection out of it. But I mean, to tell you, he's in the news so much, you would think there was more than one of them. You would think there was like 10 of them. But I do believe this is a hotel in Manhattan because he was in New York today. So, oh yeah, B10. He's in New York. Either he's in New York or he was in New York. But I do believe that he was in Manhattan today. What's that? Leslie F says Omid now part of the Avengers with his all-seeing eyes and his birds, like Odin with I think the raven is one of those symbols that represents one of the Viking mythological people. I think one of them are represented by a raven, but that is not a raven. That is like an overfed dove. Um, yeah, the AI just created some weird birds. I mean, why did the AI put something that looks like a mutant flamingo in front of the Buckingham Palace? Why did it do that? I have no idea. But anyway, I thought it was kind of cool. Oh, so where are we here? And right there, Bombshell claims in Scobie's book. So this was from yesterday. I love the way that they have created this little I guess it's supposed to represent the book Endgame, and you open it up and it lists some of the things that they have accused him of. And let's see, Charles told royals not to trust Harry and backed Frogmore eviction. Meghan says there are two royal races. Harry prepared to forget row with family. Kate and Meghan haven't spoken in 4 years. News of Queen's death kept from Harry. And William, Harry's brainwashed by therapists. Yes, there are like a team of like these, what do you call it? These renegade therapists. I could just imagine these therapists riding around on Harleys with their white coats flowing behind them, and there's stethoscopes. No, they don't need stethoscopes for that. No, let me see, therapists. What else do they have? Oh, instead of having like a sidecar, there's one therapist riding around with a sofa on instead of a sidecar, so that they could scoop up unwilling princes from the UK and sit them on that sidecar sofa and ride them around and indoctrinate them with hate for their family. And yeah, that's what's happening. They have a renegade troop of therapists riding around Southern California hoping to find a ginger prince that they can scoop up and indoctrinate with all these ideas that will make them turn against their family back in the UK. And while they're pumping their heads with information, those gingers become super wealthy. They get these huge homes in Santa Barbara County, Montecito. And of course, as we say, in Montecito, there are no leaks in Montecito. So yeah, you guys that live in Southern California, be very wary of these guys because they are going to turn you against your royal relatives. They are going to make you very rich. You are going to have so many jobs that people won't know if you're coming or going. You'll end up in a luxury box at a Beyonce concert. These are some tough, you know what's. So you got to be careful because, Southern California seems like it's pretty tawny and well appointed, but you never know when you're going to run into these renegade therapists. So William is very sharp. You can't get nothing past him. You cannot get anything past him. He's smarter than the average prince. So, feels like deja vu. Almost exactly 2 years since Christopher Anderson's book named Prince Charles as the royal racist. There were a surprising, I'm sorry, there was a surprising on the record response from a Clarence House, Spox, or whatever. This is fiction and not worth further comment. Curious to see what the king says now. Now, that was the comment that was added by one of these squatties, a very well known squatty. But here you have Clarence House has denied claims in a new book that Prince Charles was the unnamed senior royal who speculated about the skin color of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's future children. American author Christopher Anderson alleges in his new book that Charles made the comment on the day Harry and Meghan Markle's engagement was announced in November 2017. So this is the first that I've heard of that. And just to be fair, Harry and Meghan for sure said it wasn't the the queen or Philip. And so far, I haven't heard anything about Charles. So until they are legally able to mention that person's name, I would rather you all respect the laws as they are. I have speculated about William, but that's all it is speculation. But the truth is, we just don't know until something more official comes out. But it's probably easier and safer to continue to speculate. Okay. So right here it says Palace hits out at book identifying Prince Charles as senior royal who questioned Archie's complexion. This is fiction and not worth further comment. What name is that? Shay, what is that? Manya Sock Diva. Sock Diva. Okay. All right. If you say so. Yes, exactly. And I was going to get to that too. Thank you so much. Now, right here. Ind Stridge Omid Scobie. So much for my Dutch, right? Xander, it's given Zyke, what is that? Einstrid van Omid, von Omid, what is that? Anyway, it says right here the Dutch translation of the book Endgame is being withdrawn due to what is being termed a translation error. A translation error. An error. A translation error. Somehow, through a translation error, the Dutch version of the book allegedly gives the name or names of the person that mentions Archie's skin color. Okay. So much has already been written about it. Endgame, the new book by Omid Scobie, as one of the two Dutch journalists, I have already read it. It turns out that not much of what has been published about it so far by tabloids who were clearly not allowed to read it is true. Again, so far, not much of what's been published about it, not saying that the book is not accurate, but what's been published about it so far by the tabloids who were clearly not allowed to read it is true. So they're saying that the tabloids are saying one thing, but from what this person, this writer says, what they're seeing, the backlash that's coming from the tabloids, is obviously not the response from people who haven't actually read the book. They are pushing back or pushing against the spare. I'm not. What am I saying? Spare. The Endgame, having not even read the book, but they have mobilized on British television, in the British tabloids, and just about any place else they can go. They have been mobilized to suppress, to create doubt, to sow seeds of doubt about this book, so that whatever is in the book, they are trying to shout it down so people won't believe it. They won't take any notice of it. It's just like with the book Spare and so many other books over the years, where you could say it's like they're trying to put a fire out. Now, I've seen a regular internal combustion engine car burn. That takes about 4,000, no, I'm sorry, about 400 gallons of water or less to put out a regular car. If it's an electric car, it's about 4,500 to 6,000 gallons of water, almost 10 times the amount of water to put out an electric car. So that's what I'm going to compare this to, is that if it was just any other book, it probably wouldn't take as much to try to put the fire out. But this is like they're trying to put out a Tesla. And so it has taken that much more effort. And every time they try to get a handle on it, it just makes things worse. It makes things worse. Not for Omid, not necessarily for Harry and Meghan, but for the royal family. They are looking really, really bad right now. And I'll get to it. I promise. Because I got so much that I need to say. Leg says, imagine being the alleged person, then telling Harry not to invite Meghan to see Queen Elizabeth II, evict Harry and evict Harry and Meghan. Sounds like I've been in some of that. Wee! Okay. Evict Harry and Meghan from Frogmore and take their security. However, I peg it to be someone, no pun intended, right? Diverting attention because of incandescence. Exactly. Thank you for that, Legs. Oh, and by the way, thank you for watching Royal Sussex and for the super chat. But yes, it sounds like someone is trying to divert attention. Look at the shiny object over here, or look at the shiny cowbell over there. So, yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They are trying to distract. Dansby says, I remember Meghan saying she wrote Charles and begged him not to remove Harry's security, and she knows he doesn't care about her and Archie, but don't remove Harry's security. no, understand why. I'm sorry. I now understand why she said it. Yeah, she said it because, well, first of all, that's her husband, and she loves him, and he had never been without security before, and it just didn't make sense at the moment for her. At that moment, she just couldn't make sense out of them taking his security away after he's had security his entire life. He's never not had security. He even had royal protection officers. The only time where he was not secure is when he was in the Apache helicopter and probably a few other isolated events, but that was it. That was it. And it wasn't Harry's book that incited the um, hostility about him having, been a soldier and having to take out the enemy. It was actually the royal family, according to Endgame. It was the royal family that was so glad to boast about Harry's uh, his career in the military. They saw that as a big PR win, and the Queen, they had to. Well, I don't think this was in the book, but if I recall, it was just like when Andrew went to the Falkland Island War. The Queen was like, if he's in the service, he is going. And I believe they had to talk the Queen out of sending William um, into the military because she was just like, we got a bunch of spares around here. If he's able, he should go. She was very much for that. But in the end, only Harry ended up serving, and William, I don't think he was interested in the first place. That seems too much like work. He would have been a nuisance, though. You know that? He would have been a complete nuisance. Let's see here. Hey, Sherry Ware. Louise Narcissus. Okay. I think I'm just about caught up. Legs wants to say hi to a few people. Oh, we got 1,116 people. Very good. Don't forget to hit the like button. Okay, let us continue then. So, right here, I didn't do it. Panicked Omid Scobie denies responsibility for in Dutch copy of Endgame that named the royal races who spoke about Archie's skin color as books are pulled from shelves. So, I don't know if that means that the book is accurate about who is mentioned there, or was that just by mistake that they came up with the right name or the wrong name. But Omid said for legal reasons he cannot name the two individuals according to British law. So he's not going to name whoever was mentioned in the book in the Netherlands. But apparently, it warrant removing the books from the shelves, which I think is incredible. I thought that what happened with Spare when they had those leaks, those improper interpretations or translations from the Spanish version of Spare, I thought that was a fluke. But this is the second time I've ever heard of something like this happening where they put some books out and then they had to take them back. This is the second time. But oh, it would be so cool if somebody had a Dutch version of the book that has not been delivered to their home yet. And they certainly cannot go back and take those books from the people that have purchased it from those stores. So, wow, that is just juicy. That is just juicy. Oh, this is getting so messy. Elaine Parker, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for watching Royal Sussex. Happy, oh, is it Tuesday for you already? No, Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday for you, Tuesday for me for about another 30 minutes. But thank you so much for that. Okay. So Okay, let us continue here. Now, here is the Rebecca English from the 30th of September 2008. I'm no weighty Katie. Middleton proves she's a working girl by posting, no pun intended, a working girl by posting glossy pictures on her family business website. Well, this is an article by Rebecca English. Rebecca, are there any extras English? Rebecca, are you done with that English? Rebecca, does those run no, Rebecca, please take me to Lane Bryant so I can find something to wear English. That Rebecca. Yeah, Rebecca Lane Bryant English. Boy, I'm going old school with that one. I bet some of y'all haven't heard that name Lane Bryant in years, right? But yes, Rebecca, I only shop in Lane Bryant English. Okay. Miss Middleton, who has been dating the future king for more than 5 years, that's embarrassing, has been stung by suggestions that she is work shy. How are you stung by the suggestions that you work shy when everybody knows that unless it's the deck of a yacht, you cannot be bothered? The history of art graduate has had just one part-time job as buyer of fashion's firm Jigsaw since graduating from St. Andrews alongside her royal paramour in June of 2005. The 4 day a week, you mean to tell me this is, you know what, when you put numbers on it, so from 2005's graduation to 2008 when they had this article, she was just sitting around waiting for William to ask her the question. And William was making up and breaking up, giving other girls who were more suitable for the role to date him, and they never came because none of them wanted to be bothered with William. Ain't that something? The 4 day a week post was created especially for her so that she could work her schedule around that of the prince. That's sad. But she still quit in November last year, saying she needed some time to herself. She needed some time. Needed some time for what, girl? For what? Do you know how many people have to work 60 hours a week to keep a roof over their head? This girl was working 4 hours, probably never completed an 8 hour shift in her life. And she needed some time to herself. So she quit. So she quit. Remember, this is an article from Rebecca English, someone who routinely lends protection to her. Her apparent lack of employment since then has prompted increasing public debate, and it has been alleged even caused the Queen to express her concern that William did not announce an engagement until his girlfriend had a job. However, it seems that Weighty Katie, as she has been dubbed, is determined to fight back. Well, I tell you what, she's not going to fight with words, that's for sure. Um, Baron, how's your sides from laughing yesterday? I've been working out on my, what is that, stripper pole like Katie. Do you think she will give some? Katie, Katie waited for 7 years total. Lord have mercy. Uh, This is like my best day since Christmas, my best day since my birthday. This has been like one of the best days in all of Royal Sussex these past 2 days. I am so enjoying this. And I hate to say I told you also, but I said early on if this book causes or stimulates conversations that may drag some of those people in that house, I cannot help but think that's a good thing. And so far, it has exceeded all expectations as far as I'm concerned. Oh, thank you so much, Helen Cole. And thank you for the super chat. And yes, I think mostly my jaws, my face kind of hurts from smiling and grinning so much. And yeah, so that's the state that I'm in. But my sides, that kind of happens throughout the Royal Sussex and then it goes away. But my face, right now, I'm feeling the strain of it. But thank you so much. Oh, you guys, I finally filled up my humidifier. I have a plume of moisture coming toward me right now. I finally turned on my humidifier. I'm just like, okay, I cannot delay this any further. So finally got that going. So maybe I'll stop splitting my lip every time I laugh so much. But thank you so much, Helen Cole, and thank you for being here tonight. Okay. Oh, Connie Bomber! You guys that just joined us. Now, listen, don't get jealous, but Connie Bomber sent me this amazing cowbell. It is so beautiful. And I got some chocolates from Switzerland, as well as four different types of Ricola. Four. Um, Eucalyptus. Oh my God, this is going to be perfect. And of course, the lemon mint and the okay, is this in German maybe? I don't know which, but this is like the regular Ricola. And this one is the Holland der Blüten Fleur de Ceru. I don't know what that is, but it's in a purple bag. And yeah, so this is going to be enough Ricola to get me through the winter, I promise. Thank you so much, Connie Bama. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. But I am so spoiled today, you guys. You have no idea. That's the other reason why I was smiling so hard. I said I was going to go later this week to get it. And I was up and ready, and I had to run some errands. So I said, let me go get that box right now. Perfect. 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 I love it. Thank you so much, Connie Bomber. Okay. Um, doesn't take much to make me happy and make me smile with glee. Oh man, yes, Kim Peaches, it's true. I'm a little spoiled, but yeah, this it was so cool. And I my snow brush that someone gave me, I took that out and put it in my car so I would be ready to use it. I can't wait for it to snow, or at least so that I can go out and just clean the car off. Oh, and the Swiss knife. Yes, the Swiss knife. You guys, this Swiss knife has a flashlight on it. I didn't know that you could put a flashlight on a Swift knife. Uh oh, you know what? I have a photo. I have a photo. Um a very nice close-up photo of it. I'm going to share it with you. I am going to share that with you. I Hold on a second. I am going to share this photo with you. I'm so proud of my Swiss knife. Okay. Yeah, I showed a picture of it to a few people, and they were like, well, one person used the expletive to uh, describe the excitement of seeing something like that for the first time. I'm like, yes, it does everything. It has a screwdriver, scissors, even has a little mini saw. Oh, oh, okay, okay, okay. I got this. I got this. You won't believe it. Or as Oprah would say, nobody's gonna believe it. Okay. Nobody's gonna believe it. Okay, I'm getting too excited. I got to calm down so I can focus and get this, show you this picture. Why won't this picture move over there? Let me see. Oh, this thing. Oh, you know what it is? I think let me take this one away. Let me take this one away, and then now maybe it'll work. Now maybe it'll work. I had to take a photo away to bring another photo over. Ha! There it is. There it is. You guys won't believe this. And it is red. It is so, so sexy. Look at that. So there is like a saw. There's actually, I think it's two saws. There is a can opener. There's a knife, obviously. There is a pair of scissors. And then there's like a nail file, a wine bottle opener, a bottle opener. You could put it on your keychain. Isn't that beautiful? The photo doesn't give it any justice. It's like a candy apple red, like metallic veneer on it. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? I mean to tell you, if you were in the wilderness, now that round thing that you see that's like touching the packaging, that is the flashlight. That is the flashlight. See, I was so proud of this thing. I had taken a photo of it with all of the gadgets out so that I can properly display it. I love it. Thank you, Connie Bomber. So cool. So cool. I love it. Yes, a genuine Swiss knife from Switzerland. Let's see. Hey, that looks like my switchblade I keep in my wig. Church Nelly, listen, I do have the humidifier on, but do not make me split my lip. I'm looking for lip balm right now because you are going to cause me problems. I know it. Huh, there it is. There it is. You are going to cause me problems. So let me put some lip balm on. Okay, got it. Got it, got it, got it. You are going to cause me problems. Whew, that was close. That was close. Okay. All right. So thank you guys for letting me share my amazing surprise today. And let me see. However, it seems like Lady Katie, as she has been. Okay. Yes. So I was done with that. Now take a look here. Amanda Platel, another one of those vicious tabloid writers. Where are the real women on British TV? And over here on the right side, the Queen performed her first official duty for the firm, aged just 14, addressing children who had been evacuated from London during the Blitz. Meanwhile, as speculation mounts that an engagement is imminent, Lady Katie Middleton has not even held down a proper job by age nearly 29. You see how they used to write about her? I saved this, you guys. I saved this. This is in my Ooh. Yeah, this is in my library. So I'm going to save that. Anytime I need to use it for reference. Yep, I am going to save that. I have been cataloging some of these things for a few years now, and that's why when I do the Royal Sussex, you see sometimes when I need to reflect on some things from the past, I usually have them right there at my fingertip. I have them organized by name for each of the characters. So I have to really depend on recall to know what I'm looking for. But I'm not the only squatty. There's a few of us that have been keeping these receipts. So, you guys, there's a lot of stuff that happens when I'm away from the well, when I'm not on live. There's stuff that I do. So throughout the day, I may pick up on something and I have to make sure I keep a note of it and keep it cataloged just in case I need it for reference. This is how the Sussex squad has made a difference because right now they're trying to say that Omid Scobie is picking on Kate Middleton. Look at how they used to write about her. Look at the vicious stuff they used to say about her. Omid Scobie hasn't said anything nearly as critical as this. I mean, let me look at this one more time. Meanwhile, as speculation mounts that an engagement is imminent, Weighty Katie Middleton has not even held down a proper job by age of nearly 29. Who makes it to 29 years old and has not worked a proper job? Who does that in modern times? That is incredible. Princess Diana was working at that daycare or whatever that place was. What was she, 17 when she started working there? But as soon as she could go to the city and she moved in with her girlfriends, they had like a bachelorette pad somewhere. She worked. Yeah, she didn't go so far with education, but she did work. She had the life experience of work and caring for children. And this was the daughter of Earl Spencer, the Earl Spencer, one of the wealthiest, most prominent family of all the aristocrats. He was way up there, the Earl Spencer. And yet she worked. And what did Party Pieces Middleton do? Nothing. That jigsaw gig was a vanity thing. It was just something she took up so that she didn't look completely ridiculous. She was never meant to work. And if you ask me, she still doesn't work. Yes, Sonia Johnson, that was her job. That was her job. Ooh, on Nightline. Come on. Come on. Huh. You see, guys, I don't want to say I told you so, but I'm sure there's still a few of you that think this book is a bad idea, and I'm not going to try to take that from you. But look at what's happening. The British tabloid media, I'm sure that the Kensington Palace and such, I'm sure that they're glad. But see, I don't think Charles cares enough to try to suppress this. Kensington Palace is probably doing their best to try to pitch the idea that they need to cease and desist and stop talking about this. But Omid Scobie's in the U.S. and about to do a media blitz right now. He's doing it now. So okay, let me just go on. I'm getting too excited, you guys. I'm talking fast. I'm getting too excited. Let me see. Remember, loose women were complaining about Kate not wanting to work. Really? I don't remember that one. Yes, thank you so much. And Gromley says that she also worked as a nanny. Thank you. V10 Pow. Um, let me see. I think that's kind of harsh. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. I forgot we did catch a photo of them. We caught one of them off guard in their natural habitat. You're right. They are rats. I forget. That's why we hired this guy to. You're right. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I'm having too much fun. I'm having too much fun. Uh, okay. So this is Omid being stalked on the streets of Manhattan by the Daily Mail. This was some screenshots that I took of a video that is was recorded for the Daily Mail. They are literally stalking Omid Scobie around Manhattan. They're watching his every move. In other words, the firm, the organization, the firm, they and their goons are trying to intimidate him. And there's Omid, 42 years of age, looking young, fit, and healthy, and toting around his Starbucks. And oh, wait a minute, not one, but two cell phones. Come on, Omid, with the burner phone. Come on, Omid, with your burner phone. Omid ain't having it. Got his burner phone. That's okay. I got one too. And Deputy Dog, yes, that Hanna-Barbera of reporters, that Hanna-Barbera-ish royal reporter, Ingrid Seward, who I promise you, I believe once was on one of those Hanna-Barbera shorts, actually was flapping her mouth about Omid Scobie today. I cannot stand her. Do you hear me? She makes me sick. She just makes me sick. I cannot stand this woman. But that Hanna Barbera character slash, you all don't believe me, huh? You don't believe me? Who doesn't believe that this is a retired Hanna Barbera character? I can prove it. I can prove it. Ha! Ha! Now who's right? You guys don't like to listen to me. When I tell y'all stuff, y'all always doubt me. I'm telling you, she used to work for Hanna-Barbera, the purveyors of the Flintstones, the Jetsons, Deputy Dog, Ricochet Rabbit. Now she's a royal reporter. I used to ask myself, where does all the retired Hanna-Barbera characters go? Can you name some of those Hanna-Barbera characters? Where did they go? Where are the Huckleberry Hounds, the Flintstones, Yogi Bear, Quick Draw McDraw, Tom and Jerry? Where are those people? Well, I found at least one of them. She's a royal reporter now. Oh, okay, now my side hurts. Leg says, why does New York have privacy laws? I'm sorry, why doesn't New York have privacy laws like California, perhaps? Because I think in New York, New Yorkers are so blasé about the famous people coming about here and there. But California's law evolved from that one actress that lost her life because of a stalker. And I don't think they've had an incident like that in New York. But that young actress, I actually looked at a documentary about her, and that's what triggered that law. So until they have an incident like that, and I hope they don't, but until they have an incident like that, they probably won't have that type of law. But because that girl was this young, beautiful, up and coming actress, they quickly moved to establish that law. And I think they even named the law for her. I'm sorry, I can't recall her name, but they enacted that law because of that. But she was being stalked, and fortunately, the guy kind of flipped out and confessed, even though he had gotten away with it. But he confessed not long after. Otherwise, to this day, there's the possibility we wouldn't even know who committed the crime. And that was not the first time that something like that happened. There was another situation. The lady who was on the remember the show Phyllis? Um, Let me see here. I read about her and I remembered her, and I never knew what happened to her. But let me see. The actress from Phyllis that died tragically, Barbara Colby. That was her name, Barbara Colby. And Barbara Colby and one of her colleagues had just done an acting class. Now, she was taken from us back in 1975 at age 36. And she was on several shows. She was on Patrulia, NYPD, 1969. I didn't know they had one back then. Columbo and Odd Couple. She was on the FBI, McMillan and Wife, Kung Fu, Medical Center, Gunsmoke, Mary Tyler Moore, and the last thing she made was the show Phyllis. And then after she died, they released a movie called The Ashes of Mrs. Reasoner. But yeah, look up that name, Barbara Colby, if you can. And when you see her, I promise you will recognize her, and you're going to wonder, oh, that's what happened to her. I used to see her on everything. And then I didn't realize that I hadn't seen her anymore. But I was watching something and I heard about what happened to her. And they never caught the suspects. But these people just were out randomly doing things like that. And they, it was her and her colleague. They were standing by the car talking. Now, he survived long enough to tell the police, we didn't know them. We don't, we don't recognize them or anything like that. But eventually he succumbed to his wounds. So that is something that happened maybe 10, 20 years before that actress lost her life. So that's probably why they have the law out there and not in other places, is because some of the people that worked in the industry had those tragedies happen like that. Let's see. Nanaus, thank you so much for the super sticker, and thank you so much for being here on Royal Sussex. But yeah, let me know if you guys find Barbara Colby, and let me know if you remember her. That was so tragic that happened to her. I liked her. She had kind of a raspy voice. Let me see here. I'm just looking at a couple of your comments here. Jan Moore gets fired up about Kate Middleton. That's the article, but I don't know how to pull it up. Oh, okay. Lauren Brown, thank you so much for being here. Let's see. Antoinette Kennedy, better make sure you don't take that Swiss knife on the airplane because you will lose it. They will throw you out. Yeah, of course not. I wouldn't try to fly with something like that. Definitely not. Yep. Nowadays, you cannot be too careful. Let me see here. Gerald, I'm sorry, Gwendolyn Lindsay says, if that Seward woman thinks Omid Scobie is a joke, she should just sit back and watch him laugh all the way to the bank. Hello. We'll be rolling in it. Yes, he'll be. Oh, let me play the soundbite for you guys. Let me play the soundbite for you, and then we'll talk right after that. You got to hear what she said. Now, I believe Anne of really. I didn't know that. Thank you so much, Sharon Jones. I did not know that. Yeah, she was such a strong character. Rebecca Schaefer, thank you. Tanja Marshall, thank you. I couldn't remember her name, but that was the actress, and she was the reason why they named it. What is it called? The Rebecca Schaefer Law. But that is what keeps a lot of people safe in California, was because that poor woman, she thought that she was waiting for a script, and I believe the part was for oh gosh, what was it? The Corleone family. The what's that family? The Corleones. Oh man, how could I forget that one? The mobster people, the Corleones. She was supposed to do part three of that franchise, two or three, and she was going to play one of the daughters. She would have been perfect for it. So when she heard the doorbell, she thought that it was the studio delivering the script. The Godfather, I'm sorry, The Godfather. She thought it was the studio delivering the script, but instead it was a guy who had tried to talk to her before. He had a crush on her, and she was polite to him and everything. And I believe he said that too, but she was not interested in a relationship with him. So, he armed himself and worked up the courage, found out where she lived. And when she went running down to the door to get the script, it was him. And she, saw him eye to eye, and it happened right there on the stoop of her building. And so he disappeared. Nobody knew who he was or anything like that. There wasn't video cameras everywhere. And it was only because he went back to his hometown and flipped out and confessed that I did that they even know about it. So go figure. Go figure. So yes, this awful oh, thank you so much, Legs. Thank you. It is an awful tragedy, but from that tragedy, a lot of people have been made safer. And I'm convinced that includes our Sussex family. So thank you, Legs. All right, so let me play the sound bite. You guys, trigger alert. This woman is dreadful. She is absolutely dreadful. Anne of the Duchess of Success, she tried to play it for you guys, but the audio was not working out for her. So I'm using my Bluetooth speaker, and when I use that, it sounds much better than when you try to do it with your phone. So I think it should work out for us. And then we'll talk on the other side, okay? Thank you all so much again for being here. Thank you for sharing these magic moments when the truth, the real truth, is being exposed. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I think we're very lucky to have her, and I actually feel very sympathetic towards her. It must be most unpleasant for her just to have to stay quiet while all these insults are being hurled at her.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And a lot of people have said to me that the possible reason why Harry may want to have some kind of bolt hole here in the UK is for tax purposes, because, of course, while he may not have to pay tax in Britain, he'll certainly be liable to pay tax in the United States if he stays there long enough to become a resident.
Well, exactly. I mean, they're punitive, the American taxes, but I've got a feeling that their companies are all offshore. I don't think they've been stupid about putting their money in safe places.
Yes. But he's still an individual. He'll still have to pay some form of income tax, and in California, those are pretty high.
Oh, very high. So maybe, but then I don't know. Perhaps he wouldn't have wanted to give up Frogmore if he was worried about tax. But then we don't know exactly who persuaded him to give up Frogmore or why he did. We don't really know the ins and outs of it, except what Scobie chooses to tell us. I mean, it is a joke, I think.
Now, Omid Scobie was not the first person to mention any speculations or opinions or what is perceived facts about the Sussexes and Frogmore. But what we do believe, and most people are unanimous with that, is that it was a revenge for Spare. No sooner than Spare, and all of a sudden, Charles got to get those keys back. Charles got to get those keys back. We need you to drop off those keys. That seems to have been a response to Spare. So whether it was Anne or whoever instigated, Charles is the one who used his courtier to enforce the eviction from Frogmore. Okay? It does not matter whether or not it was Anne. That fills in something for us, but the last voice in the subject is Charles. Charles is the one who evicted his child, not Anne. Anne does not evict her children. Charles does. So what difference does it make? The other thing is that I bet all their money is offshore. I'm pretty sure all their money is offshore. Didn't the Queen, wasn't she named in the Panama Papers? Was Charles also in those same Panama? Oh, well, Charles gets bags of money, so whether it's coming or going, there's money involved. But the Queen was named in the Panama Papers. That financial portfolio of hers seems to have a lot of money offshore. And of course, it takes a pedal of Facts and Two Cents to talk about the famous Jersey Island. So much of central London depends on money from some very unscrupulous places. I mean, don't they call it Londongrad because of all of the Russian money that has filled the banks in London? It seems like most of the banking community in London is like some type of money laundering scheme. So why are you on television trying to tell people that the Sussexes have money offshore when, consider the family that Harry comes from and talk about who has money stashed where? We don't even know where the Duke of York has received all his money. We know that the Duchess of York has gotten in trouble trying to sell access to her husband for money. Even Ford Fiesta has gotten in trouble before. With the amount of scrutiny that the Sussexes have, they are likely the last people that would ever try to do something clever. Oh, and I almost forgot one. Didn't William take like £1 million+ payout from a tabloid, and then, along with his father, tried to prevent Harry from seeking some type of damages from those same tabloids? William got paid and said nothing. And then they worked hard to block Harry from having his day in court. Is this woman for real? Is she for real? You've got to be kidding me. It takes nothing, it's no shortage of nerves to sit on television and say something like that. I'm so glad that this book is making people pay attention to what that institution is doing. And I hope they pay equally close attention to some of these little opportunistic royal reporters that they send out here to try to defend them, like Ingrid Seaweed, a sea biscuit, whatever her name is, Ingrid, like Ingrid, that Hanna-Barbarian characterization of a human. I mean, this is a person who is in leagues with the likes of let me see, where is that? Shaggy, Shabby, Yogi Bear, Quick Draw McGraw, the Jetsons, Tom and Jerry, just to name a few. The Flintstones, the Jetsons. Just to name a few. And you have the brazen audacity to sit on television. I mean, this is like, well, let's see. Fancy, Pink Panther, Snagglepuss, Augie Doggy, Dingaling, Blabber. Let me see. Big Robot, Freddy, Frankenstein Jr., Falcon 7, Snidely Whiplash, Hong Kong Phooey, and the list goes on and on. There must be hundreds of those Hanna-Barbera characters. And the fact that she bears a startling resemblance to any of those Hanna-Barbarian characters, she need to go sit down somewhere. Oh, Lord. Okay, let me move on, because she didn't work my last nerves. So, Bombshell claims from Omid Scobie's new book, Endgame. This is a new one that they put. No, this is from yesterday. Yeah, never mind. I don't need to do that. That's from yesterday. And poor Charles III. Poor Charles III. He was off to such a. I loved Hong Kong Phooey too. Yeah, I loved Hong Kong Phooey too. I didn't realize that it was spelled with a PH. But yeah, Hong Kong Phooey was one of the cartoon characters. It was this little Hanna-Barbera, I believe it was a dog, that could do karate. And his name was Hong Kong Phooey. So if you ever have a chance, check out some of those Barbera cartoons. I mean, we grew up with those. Anyway, so Charles III, according to Omid Scobie, Charles III has had very few positive days as the sovereign. His best, most successful thing was, of course, Germany. And I would say that one could argue that the trip to France was successful. Aside from the fact that they looked rather weathered and tired, um, I'm going to say that, what was it, Kenya? Kenya, I think it was successful because they managed to keep the couple away from real people. They had staged, I would say, crisis actors or whatever. Most of the Kenyan thing was staged. There was never any interaction with people who were not uh, put there by the government. And also, there was the deplorable treatment of the Kenyan journalists that we didn't learn about until after the fact. But I would say Kenya looked very successful, but that was only because it was heavily staged and managed by not only the Kenyan government, but also by the and yeah, and then in Kenya they had that very awkward thing with carpeting on the soil here and there. So yeah, that did not go so well. They had some they made some mistakes visually that they kind of paid for later. So okay. Now, Peter Hunt says an extraordinary allegation that has received zero coverage. Has anyone asked Kensington Palace what action, if any, was taken by Prince William? And what they're referring to is something from Spare. Harry said, I was braced for a lecture. It didn't come. Willie was subdued. He wanted to listen. For the first time in a long time, my brother heard me out, and I was so grateful. I told him about one past staff member sabotaging Meg, plotting against her. I told him about one current staff member whose close friend was taking payments for leaking private stuff to the press about Meg and me. My sources on this were above reproach, including several journalists and barristers. Plus, I made a visit to New Scotland Yard. Willie frowned. He and Kate had their own suspicions. He'd look into it, and we agreed to keep talking. Now, that was something that was in Spare. They did a bunch of shouting and fussing about other things in Spare, including Harry's frozen member, but they didn't touch this one. They did not touch this. This should have been a bigger story, and they just glossed right over it. There was nothing said about it because it involved the media, it involved the royal reporters, it involved the tabloids, and they did not want to touch it. They decided to just ignore it and focus on other things. Very clever. And like Peter Hunt said, you would think that this would have been bigger news, but for some reason, nothing's come of it. Nothing has come of it. So they pick and choose where they want to fight their battles. Frowned on. Palace furiously denies untrue claims Kate Middleton got baby Botox after plastic surgeon posts alleged before and after photos on Instagram. So, again, they pick and choose their battles. Kate Middleton, someone mentioned Botox, and the palace freaked out. They freaked out. They issued whatever, a statement or something, but someone had said that Kate had Botox. There was a before and after, and the palace was not going to let that get by. Again, it's so interesting what they will choose to make a fuss about. So when a BBC employee, a radio personality. Was he radio? BBC? Um, Baker, something Baker. When that Baker guy compares Archie to a chimpanzee, he was reprimanded, but he did not lose his job. After the fuss died down, it was back to business as usual. He denied that it was in any way a slight to the Sussex's child, but when the Sussex's when the birth of Archie was announced, he posted that famous image of the smartly dressed couple holding hands with a chimpanzee, and the tweet said, "Royal baby leaves hospital." He did not lose anything. If anything, maybe he lost a week's pay. And I'm not even sure that happened. He probably just did not work for a few days, a couple weeks, or whatever. And then he was back in the workplace as though it never happened. Danny Baker, thank you so much. Danny Baker. It was as though nothing happened. But when it comes to the English rose and speculation about her using the baby Botox, well, then they are ready to storm the Bastille for that one. So, okay. Again, this book is being very helpful. Let me see. Why did I put that there? That's weird, but oh well. Omid Scobie's Endgame review. The real royal villain is William. So this was in the Independent. Oh, that's why I did that, because this was from the Independent. Let me find that someplace else so we can talk. There it is. If you are in mourning as The Crown ends and wonder where to get your next fix of royal drama, Omid Scobie, the best-selling author of Finding Freedom, may have made your Christmas in his new book, Endgame, which chronicles a dysfunctional monarchy limping along. Scobie is here to dish up some fresh, new, riveting claims, including that Charles III and Prince William are not as united as we might have believed. The Prince of Wales visibly shivers at the mere mention of Meghan's name, and let me see, thanks to elocution lessons, now sounds posher than her husband. Wait a minute. The Princess of Wales, yeah, visibly sounds posher than her husband. A prince who has cast as what is it? Okay, wait. Irascible and controlling. Gosh. Scobie seals his reputation as a man on a mission to expose a monarchy that he believes is rotting at its foundation. Of course, Scobie has been written off as Meghan and Harry's mouthpiece, yet it did him no harm as Finding Freedom sold just shy of 500,000 copies, and the fact that the former royal correspondent is now an outsider, not bound by any usual press pack, that is, rules, means he has some interesting things to say. For 4 years, some of the most damaging in Windsor history, I witnessed the full scope of deception, malice, and defensive posturing of an unstable family business and an institution in decline, he writes. I saw just how far they would go to save their own skin, and I've witnessed the human damage done because of it. So, now Omid is definitely more the outsider than ever before. It was even said that Omid was not allowed to do part of the press, the Royal Rota press pack, because he has been deemed as the Sussex's mouthpiece. The only one who hasn't completely turned against him is Robert Jobson, who has worked with him on ABC television. So maybe that's why. But Jobson said that he's a good writer, he's talented, and he hopes that he sells a lot of books. So, um, aside from that, nobody is really giving him a break. Okay, at least none of the royal reporters. Okay. Connie Bomber says nothing horrible goes unpunished. Archie and Lilibet have nothing to do with the royal family drama. I hope they make their lives in the U.S. Here, here. And they will. Keep them as far away from that lot as possible. I don't trust them. Omid Scobie, co-author of Finding Freedom on the Sussexes, unleashes a volley of attacks on Prince William and his wife in his latest book. I wouldn't say that, but he just told the truth. Princess of Wales is too scared to do anything other than a photo op, new Omid Scobie book claims. By the way, you guys, make sure you stick around because I have some sound bites. I'm going to get to them as soon as possible. It was something else. Now, if you live in the UK, maybe you've seen them already, but for those of us across the pond, it's kind of hard for us to catch that. But thanks to one of the squatties, I could at least share the sound with you. The other day, one of the squatties said, "Insecure, Kate Middleton spends £1 million of public money in PR stunt to promote herself." Well, I think that's accurate because what she does is basically a vanity project. Um, that Hanna-Barbera character, she was trying to convince people that Kate Middleton somehow is helping a lot of people with her early years stuff. I'm pretty sure that the average Brit has no idea what early years means and how many people has she helped. They say that the Tory government actually cut the funding on the programs that could have helped people, and that if she was really an honest broker, that she would be able to help bring awareness and funding to those programs. But this whole awareness kick, when so many people are choosing to heat or eat, so many people are using food banks and the like, I don't know how helpful any of this stuff is. So, okay, but again, got a bunch of sound bites. Uh, huh. Let me see how I want to do this. Okay, let's go with this first. Let's go with this first. I'm just kind of anxious to get, no, not that one. Sorry. Uh, oh, we're not too far. We're not too far. But yeah, so Not My King. Somebody has got the royal, you know what, in a vice. The monarchy looks vulnerable. Will Britain's Republicans bring down the king? Every day we learn more about royal colonial legacy and financial privileges, and it's given a huge boost to the Republican movement. It was a wintry and ominous November Tuesday. A crowd of 50 to 60 Republicans waited outside Westminster for the state opening of Parliament. "Not my king," read their big yellow banners. Even if you didn't care about the existence of the monarchy one way or another, um, there was something ineffably sad about the whole fandango. King Charles, pushing 75, was about to perform his duty as king for the first time. He was charged with reading out unhinged oil and gas policies and directly threatened the only thing he has ever publicly cared about, the environment. Figurehead of the country or puppet of a hooligan regime, meaning the Tories. Maybe at the moment, those two things are the same. Only one of the protesters, a woman in her early 60s who declined to give her name, had zero sympathy. He should have the guts to speak his mind, she said, in a meld of anatomical metaphors. The protesters were cheerful. Theirs was the only visual impact in a Parliament Square otherwise shorn of activity. The police had up had put up barriers to make way for the impending cavalcade. In trying to contain the dissenting voices in the way of the respected democracy and held the safety, the police had made the Not My King rally look densely populated. It did look like it was mostly them people there. When Charles rode around in his ridiculous gold gilded carriage, it would have been one of the only things to catch his attention. People whose king he wasn't. Ooh, you all, that was quite a day. That was quite a day. So, this is Graham Smith. He's the leader of the Republic people. Now, some people say this may be controlled opposition and that they are just there to help control how many people are opposing the monarch. I say that's a possibility, but I think it's less and less likely every day because this has been so embarrassing and the threat to the monarchy is getting bigger by the day. Charles actually looks like he is terribly distressed by their appearance here and there. Several of the royal engagements were not even in the diary. Charles just shows up. And sometimes I even heard Graham Smith at one of those occasions that said, it looks like they used the other door. It seems like he's trying to avoid us. The king used an alternative entrance so not to engage with the republics and not my king signs. They got him on the ropes. If this was a boxing metaphor, I would say they have him on the ropes. Okay, Meghan hasn't faced half of what Kate went through. This is one of the sound bites I couldn't wait to share with you. No fan of William, but I want Camilla to outlive Charles III. Thank you for that, Legs. Okay, now if you guys haven't seen this one, you are going to love it. You are going to love, love, love it. You are going to love, love, love this one.
Touching your baby bump. Because being a first-time mother and cradling the life that you created with the man that you love is totally uncalled for. The Markle versus Middleton saga began after the Australia tour. It was simply too successful. Bald Billy was not about to let a Black American woman come in and outshine the future Queen of England. So instead of fostering and praising the clearly budding friendship between these two women, the firm through the press turned these two into royal rivals. They needed you to love Kate and hate Meghan. So they turned Meghan into the wicked brown witch from the West, and to preserve the milky white monarchy, they brainwashed their British subjects into believing.
Okay, so
touching your baby bump. Because being a first-time mother and cradling the life that you created with the man that you love is...
Okay, so yeah, that was it. The reason why I shared that with you is not so much that this is anything you haven't heard before. And the idea that they would have been friends if it wasn't for the media, I don't necessarily subscribe to that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that people are speaking critically of the Princess of Wales and the Princess of Wales. What I have been hoping for is that more young people on TikTok, on the YouTube, and other social media platforms would take up the conversation, would share some of their thoughts about these things, because there's a handful of us that do like the longer versions of these things, but the shorts is where a lot of the conversation is happening. And I don't have a preference for one over the other when it comes to how the information gets out there, because as you know, um, we human beings are kind of fickle, and sometimes we don't like to sit around for 4 hours like we did last night, listening to Barron go on and on and on about his last trip to Europe. Um, some people want the information fast and concise, and so there is definitely a genre here that deserves the attention, because yes, they are sound bites, and it still helps to build a case that that institution has thrown the only confirmed Black American woman or African descent woman in that family to the wolves. And they tried to gaslight anybody who called them out on it, right? Well, you have these young people that have taken up, and it's been quite a few of them. I mean, to tell you, it warms my heart when I see stuff like this. So that's why I wanted to share that with you. Now, let's get to this. Now, if you're on the Twitter, the or the social media site formerly known as Twitter X, and you recognize that profile picture in the middle there, she actually has shared quite a bit of those Jeremy Vines that I have shared with you guys. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't know what was on Jeremy Vine most days. So if you're watching, thank you so much. She also made a video at the time of days after the coronation, that was sensational. And I don't think she's made any since then, but it was so professional and so well made. And I mean to tell you, I had goosebumps by the time I watched the last of it. And I did share it with you guys at the time, but I don't want to say her name because I don't want to send derangers over to her page right now, because they are super active. But anyway, it takes a village. And between myself and several of the other YouTubers, we couldn't provide as much information if it wasn't for some of the people on the Twitter that keeps up with so much of this stuff. So it definitely makes our work easier. And as I say so often, I don't like to take credit for other people's stuff, because number one, it's impolite, and number two, other people are doing some heavy lifting that makes what I do possible. So let me get on with it. It's like three parts to this one, and it may be out of order, but just I don't think it will impact it that much. But it was very interesting.
Totally uncalled for.
Oh, sorry about that.
And certainly a court case a while back established that. And in this book, it's brutal, isn't it, Bobby, about Kate calling her cold and lazy?
I mean, is Kate a little bit cold and lazy? I don't know. I don't want to come on this program and trash another woman.
Okay, I'm sorry to tease you guys like that, but is that too loud? Is the sound good? Because I know it's kind of, dodgy when you do it like this. So I'm hoping it doesn't sound too sketchy, but as fast as you can, let me know if the sound is okay, and then I'll start it over again. I'll wait. But yeah, sounds good to me. Okay, Bunny Rose, I'm going to take that. Sherry Ware, good. Okay, let me start it over.
Feeding him. And certainly a court case a while back established that. And in this book, it's brutal, isn't it, Bobby, about Kate calling her cold and lazy?
I mean, is Kate a little bit cold and lazy? I don't know. I don't want to come on this program and trash another woman, but she's not my fave royal.
Okay. Who would be your favourite, Andrew?
Well, it would be Meghan. Andrew?
Meghan?
Why
What?
would Andrew be
I
my
don't-
favourite
I
royal?
was just
Why
trying to-
did your mind go to Andrew? He's the least favourite
Well,
royal in the
I have
history
no
of
idea.
royals.
Okay,
Well, at
fine.
least
He's
we can
now in
agree on the
hiding.
least favourite role. But
Okay,
have
he's
you
the
met
least
any of the
favourite.
royals?
No, you said Meghan, though.
I
But
do like
Meghan-
Meghan. Meghan, they had a chance to modernise the royal family, and they
she
really,
blew it.
royally, well, no, the royal family blew it.
No, she blew.
No, I mean, okay, I mean,
James.
why do you think? Why do you think she blew it? Why do
She
you think
may have
blew it?
been blown away herself. That's the point Poppy's making.
I understand that point, but I think.
What do you think about Kate?
So, have you met any of the royals? Or
Unlike you, James, I've not had the.
no, so I haven't spent that much time with her. But if anybody says, "Oh, she's cold," she's really not cold. I
I'm
mean,
sure she's not cold. Why would she be cold with you? She's probably. But the
Well,
only
the thing is that the
book is saying
Scobie
that
didn't
she's
write
cold.
that she was cold with you. She wrote that she was cold with Meghan, which absolutely could.
well, I'm
and
not
lazy,
surprised.
and lazy, and has been infantilized by the media. This is Kate described by Scobie, and has been given really rubbish jobs by the royals. Although I'm not the last one, I'm not sure about because
I'm not sure. I think she's got some very interesting roles, and I think also. The book is a desperate cry for money from Scobie. That's what it is.
Isn't every book about the royals a desperate cry for money?
Isn't every book a desperate cry for money?
There you
Sometimes,
go.
sometimes they are, but I think this particular book. I think the first one, I think, was an opportunity for Harry and Meghan, and it was a mouthpiece, and it was an opportunity, and it aired stuff that we hadn't seen before. I think this one, the first one, was interesting and revelatory, perhaps, and provided us with that insight. This one, I think, is probably going to do more damage to Harry and Meghan than it is Catherine.
Unless
and
they
William.
say, look, we don't know this guy, we've never met him, we don't know who he is, we haven't briefed
But
him.
we know that.
They're not going to.
Feeding him.
Okay, so that was just one of them. That hog head in the bottom, that little hog head in the bottom right corner, that's the other guy that was talking. Otherwise, the only other male voice that you heard was Jeremy Vine. And Lady C wasn't on here, so there was only two male voices, and then the lady that you see upper right and lower left. But Lady C wasn't there, so there was no other masculine voices there, macho voices. Woo, boy. But you guys, I'm telling you, my birthday was November 3rd, but I think November 29th is my other birthday. November 29th is my other birthday.
The criticism of Meghan, she's your favourite royal. Assuming she's royal, she's your favourite, right?
Look, I just want to put something
It's
out
nice
there.
to hear that.
Well, firstly, I'm a staunch Republican. I don't think the royal family should exist.
Oh, that's why she's your
At
favourite.
all.
Right.
But I think when she came into the firm, there was definitely an opportunity for the royal family, certainly by the geriatric millennials and the Gen Zers, to see the royal family in a different light. And I think they've royally fudged it.
I agree.
She
I
now
agree.
quite
that-
literally
I agree. She
ran
was
away.
she was a breath of fresh air, and I think there were
Yes.
plenty of things she could have done with it. But I think, given that you are a Republican, I think she did basically the best job she possibly could to almost create a republic.
Then we get into Andrew again, because arguably Andrew's done more damage to the.
Oh,
royal
he's done a
family.
huge amount of
Then
damage. He should
Meghan-
be ostracised.
But
All
then,
right.
but then
So-
why does she get the headlines that she gets?
I'll move on if we can. Back on the Meghan thing, because we get
Okay, so that kind of overlapped with the other one. And
back on the Meghan thing, because we get along.
as I said, I think there was 3 parts to it. So that was, oh, you know what? Ingrid was 1 part. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that was Jeremy Vine. And then this is that other one, Storm Handley. I think, is it Huntley or Huntley? Sometimes she can get on my nerves, but she wasn't so bad today. And there's 3 parts to that. So I'm going to do that. And then if you guys have any comments, I will check it out after these 2. So let me.
And a part-time working royal. That's over the. And
Oh, it was good because they took phone calls. Now this one, oh, I don't like the way this one sounds, but let me see. I'm going to turn it down just a bit, but I think you should still be able to hear it.
Unfair to criticise Kate. Get your calls in for this now. There is a new royal book out, Endgame, by Omid Scobie. It's filled with shocking claims, and quite a few of them are aimed at the Princess of Wales. Now, Scobie brands Kate as cold and a part-time working royal. That's over the number of engagements that she carries out compared to other members of the royal family. He also claims that Kate shivers whenever Meghan Markle's name is brought up, and that she hasn't spoken to her since 2019, and that she advocates for mental health causes, but reportedly ignored Meghan's cries for help. Now, some royal experts have said that the attack is unfair, but what do we think on the panel? Amy, is it unfair?
No, it's not unfair. It's absolutely fair game. We pay her wages. It's fine. A bit of constructive feedback every now and then. But I think the reason people have taken so much offence to this is because we like our royals, particularly our princesses, our Princess Kate, to be like a Barbie we keep in the box in perfect condition. And she's beautiful. And she just sits there on the shelf looking gorgeous, smiling, having the odd baby, looking great in her outfits. But then when we take her out of the box and we start to actually look a bit beyond that and at her real humanity and what she might really be like, as opposed to this completely polished, curated version, which is a great PR job by the royals, because she does have this flawless image, but of course it is curated. It's not a real person, is it? So once we scratch beneath the surface, what is the real Kate? But I don't find this that damning, do you? Like she's cold to people she doesn't like.
This is so unfair.
Wilfred, tell us what you think.
No, hold on, Kate. But how do you know what this person is like?
Well, I think that's the point I'm making. We know very little about her.
And is it unfair to criticise?
Okay, so that one, there was, let me see if I can find him. I don't think I have his picture here, but there was a gentleman of African descent. I don't know if you've ever seen him before, but he has the, where the skin, the vitiligo or vigilitis, whatever you call it, skin around his chin. So his chin is lighter. I don't remember his name, but he was on there also. By the way, Leg says, notice no culpability for the British media abusing her. Evil. Exactly. And the book Spare, no, I keep saying Spare, Endgame really targets the media and the royal family. It's not so much about Harry and Meghan. And that's what they can't stand after dozens of these biased books and thousands of those biased magazine and newspaper articles, anti-Sussex, hateful articles. You have Omid write one book that calls them out, and they are having a meltdown. If it wasn't for Harry's determination to make the media pay for the damage that they've done to him and his family and even his mother, if Harry was not determined to follow through with this, imagine how much more they would have gotten away with. But Harry has been very determined and has been a spine of steel taking on these people. And let's give some credit to the Duchess of Sussex, because Meghan is showing what she's made of. She probably did not know that she was this strong, but that Meghan has stuck by his side time and time again, where a lot of people would be like, you know what, we can't do this, we shouldn't do this, we can't go on. Meghan has stood strong and steady with her husband throughout the entire thing. And some people would bail. They'll be like, this ain't got nothing to do with me. This is really something that's your problem and your family and all of that. I'm out of here. And Meghan has stood by his side. When they promise for better, for worse, richer or poor, that's exactly what they meant. And I tell you, if it wasn't for Meghan, he probably would not have this type of support. He wouldn't have as much um, peace of mind to do the things that he's doing. But having a partner by your side that says, you know, we're in this together, baby, we're going to do this, it makes a huge difference. Without her, none of this would be possible. She gives so much to him, and it just goes to show the nature of their relationship. It shows the honesty of their love, because people thought for sure, they kept trying to plant the thought in her head, she's gonna bail, she's gonna bail, she's done it before, she's gonna bail. Not with this one. This one is a keeper. This one is a keeper. They're in this together, and I truly, truly applaud that. It just goes to show the honesty of their relationship. Because a lot of people would just, you know, they walk, they would bail, but nope, they're in this together. So I think that's just amazing. I love it. I love it. One of those body language experts even mentioned that when they were doing their engagement interview, when they said team, Harry's face lit up, because that's the language he understands. We're in this together. We're a team. That was speaking his language. That was speaking his language. And just like I shared that body language person yesterday who said that when Harry's face had gone cloudy when Diana was mentioned, Meghan was right there to pick up the conversation and to keep it moving. Where he dropped off, she picked up. Now, who could not feel secure in a relationship like that? Both ways. Both ways. So some of those haters out there that keeps hoping and praying and waiting for the day, keep waiting. Keep waiting. Leg says, I have to reevaluate Harry Potter. They have a daily prophet that is full of crap, and some people believe it, and nothing is done. Let me see. It is the first magazine that is corrupted. Why live like that? The reevaluate Harry Potter? I don't know. It's called the Daily Prophet. I'm going to have to see what that's about, because I definitely don't get the reference to that, but I will check it out. I promise. I promise. Let me do these other sound bites, and I'm going to look at that. Oh, actually, I can't because I'm using my phone. But yeah, let me do these other sound bites, but I definitely want to look further into that. And thank you again, Lex, for the super chat. Okay, I hope I don't do a repeat here. Let me see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go.
In this new royal book.
Yeah, hi there. Personally, I think there's two or three things. One is that I don't think she's, how can I describe this, very open to criticism herself, and that she's quick to criticise others. So perhaps she should take a leaf out of her own book.
Sorry, Kate, to criticise others.
Well, she certainly doesn't hold back when it comes to Meghan, and she said.
Sorry, so I'd love to hear more about that point. What have you heard Kate say about Meghan?
Well, I mean, the fact that she hasn't spoken to her since 2019.
That's not criticising someone. That's just not speaking to them.
Well, it's family. Me personally, I wouldn't do that to my family.
Okay, but if you find somebody isn't in line with your beliefs, in line with your kind of vibe, you don't want to spend as much time with them, I'm sure Kate and Meghan are not the first sister-in-laws to not speak very often. Is that a crime? Is that something to be criticised for, just because you don't like somebody else?
Well, I think being in the public light as they are, being the royal family, I think they should lead by example. My personal feelings are is that any issues they've got, they should look to iron them out.
Okay, I know you've got a few other points, Dave.
That would be good for the royal family.
I know you've got a few other points I want to get to them, but I just want to put that point to Jenny. Jenny, what do you think about the comment that, you know, Kate hasn't been in contact with Meghan since 2019? Do you think that that's a criticism? What point's trying to be made there?
I really don't know what point's trying to be made. I'm sorry, Dave, don't get it because, you know, you say Catherine hasn't spoken to Meghan, or Meghan hasn't spoken to Catherine, you know. Black kettle, you know, whatever. It really is a breakdown of a relationship between the brothers, and that has also transferred to the sisters-in-law, and they aren't talking. But, you know, Meghan has spoken out on television about Catherine. Catherine has not done the same to Meghan.
So that is the piranha face, the lady down there at the bottom left. That's that one that tried to tell us that Diana was okay with Camilla and that she understood and she felt like Camilla paid her dues. That's the one. I'm telling y'all, they have dispatched all of their flying monkeys, if you will. They have dispatched all of their goons and gargoyles to go out and attack this book. It cannot only be about the Sussexes that they're going through all the trouble. Everybody who can make a sound that is going to carry the usual message for the institution and for the tabloid media is out on those streets, speaking out against this book, trying to attach the Sussexes to it, and going after Omid Scobie and trying to say that the book is ridiculous, it's a joke, it's full of lies. But inevitably, that's only making people want to read it that much more. There's quite a few squatties who was against it, and now they're for it. They want to read the book. Nana says, not on, what is that? Meg stands by Harry's side, but is receiving the brunt of the blows they are handing out. That's true. That is so true, Nana. And I've said it time and time again. Either way, most of the punishment is for Meghan. Even if it's about Harry, they make it about Meghan first. They have accused Meghan of impairing his judgment. It always ends up, if it wasn't for Meghan, we wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for Meghan, Harry would still be there. It always falls on Meghan. And that's why I said it takes a particular type of partner to maintain in spite of all of what's happening. Because I'm sure that Harry has felt like, you know, what if this happens or what if that happens? Harry even knew when they were in the UK that he might lose Meghan because of what was happening. And instead of allowing that to happen, he was like, we're getting out of here. We are getting out of here. There was no way that they could have known the full magnitude of the punishment that institution had in store for them. I mean, they thought, okay, we're out of here. Now we're not taking any money. We don't even have their protection. It's over. And so I would say after, 3 months of being away from the institution, or 5 months, Charles took the security and cut off the money. And still there was leaking. Still there was briefing. And still there was the daily attack, several times a day. And now we find out that a lot of the leaking and the briefing was coming from Kensington Palace. We're not taking your money. We don't have your protection. We don't have anything from you. And yet you will not leave us alone. So a year to the day, almost a year to the day, they go on the Oprah Winfrey Show, right? And they thought once they found out how bad things were for us, they would leave us alone. that started a whole new volley of attacks. And so, almost another year to the day, you got Spare, right? Also, a year and some change, you got the docuseries. Not what they wanted to do, but necessary to set the record straight and to tell their side of the story. And all of this could have been avoided if they would have never gone after Meghan in the first place, if they would have never taken their security away or stalked them or caused them even more problems once they got to the US. 18 months they targeted Meghan and to a lesser extent Harry. And then another 12 months they're after them in the US, in the Canada and US. Then another 12 months. And so now, let's see, 2023, it's been 6 years since they started dating. And they've been married since 2018, May of 2018. And at every junction, they can turn and go someplace else. The tabloids, the royal family, and just leave them alone. But they won't do it. They don't mention the family. The fact that Meghan has photos that comes out during this event and that occasion, that is the tabloids that are releasing those photos, not Meghan. And then they go on TV, the royal reporters, and accuse Meghan of orchestrating that. So any book that would have gone against the institution, any book that would have called out the tabloid reporters and the tabloids, any book that would have done that, they would have accused the Sussexes anyway. So this is a necessary thing to get that truth out there. Yes, they were moving forward and everything, and hopefully they can continue to do that without this book being a great impact upon them. But the tabloids, the media is working feverishly to distract and divert any attention away from, as Leg says, their culpability. They don't want anyone to focus on what they've done. They would rather keep blaming the Sussexes, and now, of course, Omid Scobie, their mouthpiece, as they say. They want to keep blaming them for the attacks that they have carried out, for the brutality that they have committed. Just like any abuser, you blame the victim. They're blaming the victim. They're blaming the victims for being attacked. The big difference is, because of the mental health awareness that a lot of these young people have, they know abuse when they see it. They are calling out the abuse. And I think it's a beautiful thing. So, Nana, thank you so much for your comment. And thank you, Legs, for your continued comments. Yeah. So, yeah, I think I have one more of these to play. I have one more of these. Let me see. Harry said he could never get out, that they're trying to drag him back. But Harry is out as long as he stays. He's with his wife and kids in America. He's out because of his mom, good people, and the Sussex squad. And let's not forget Doria and Meghan, a safe place to land. He had those two amazing women that provided him a safe harbor. And they have provided him with a safe space. Without that, I don't know what would have been possible. But it's a combination of all those things. You know, and we sometimes forget the anguish that this has caused for Doria. So much so that she began to weep when they asked her about it. And that's the time we saw her cry on the camera. So, I hope they are billionaires by the end of next year, if not sooner. I know that's kind of fast, but yeah, I hope the billionaire status is just around the corner, and that would afford them all the protection that they can possibly pay for. Nothing is 100%, but I just want to keep them as safe as possible, especially those kids, because they did not ask for any of this. I so much worry about those kids being othered by that institution. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I had one more. Let me see here. One, two, three. Okay.
Yeah, actually, that's quite fitting because it's actually something that Jenny Bond had mentioned earlier on. That she thought it was fabulous. Kate was actually time out to be with her family. If it was you or anybody else within the workplace and you were taking time out, you would take a pay cut. So I welcome Kate taking a pay cut if she's going to spend 50% of the time.
It's interesting. I suppose her argument would be that she's raising the future king, but you make a fair point there, maybe, Dave. Thank you very much for your calls.
Yeah, actually, that's quite fitting because it's actually something that Jenny Bond had mentioned earlier on. That she thought it was fabulous. Kate was.
I hope I didn't skip one. We did get to that part about her. Let me see.
This new royal book.
Yeah, hi there. Personally, I think there's two or three things. One is I don't think she's, how can I describe this, very open to criticism herself. She's quick to criticise others, so perhaps she should take a leaf out of her own book.
Sorry, Kate.
Okay, so we did do that one. I know we did that first one. Okay, because I had, let me see, 6. Yeah, I had 6 of them. But yeah, so that was it. Thank you all so much. But Francilia, yeah, that was heartbreaking. That was heartbreaking. I always feel very emotional when it comes to Doria. Always. Even like before I had ever heard Doria's voice. And one day I was doing some research for a video that I was making, and I saw the paparazzi walking up to her car and talking to her through the car window. And that just destroyed me. That absolutely destroyed me because she seemed so small and fragile inside of that SUV that she was driving. And then you know, she's trying to be polite and she rolls the window down and I guess trying to say something to get these people away from her. And I felt horrible when I saw that. It felt like a very big violation. It defies logic that there's so many people that are working so hard to try to deny two people that love each other, trying to deny them their happiness, trying to steal away the joy that they found with each other. Even trying to use subliminal messages through the mass media to tell Harry to come home. Just leave them there and you can go back to your life over here, as though that life was so great in the first place. Which means, of course, that they were not listening to him when he said that he was not happy, that he was happy, that he wanted to be a park ranger or tour guide in Africa more than he wanted that life. They didn't listen. He wanted to stay in Afghanistan and that he felt safer there than he did in London, and they didn't listen. How many times does Harry have to say to them, I'm not happy, before they listen? But he was not happy there. So why is it such a stretch that he would want to leave? But they need to believe that what they have to offer is so fantastic that it took a team of renegade therapists riding around on Harleys and combing the roads and the streets of Southern California looking for wayward ginger princes that they can indoctrinate with their diabolical schemes. It's easier for them to believe that than accept the fact that Harry was not happy with that institution. He was not happy following his brother around who never appreciated him, a father who didn't really care about him and didn't appreciate him, a stepmother who couldn't wait to turn his bedroom into a dressing room. And then on top of that, with all the intelligence, and you know what, I just thought about this right now, with all the intelligence that is at the call of the British government, MI5, MI6, all of that, the Metropolitan Police, the Royal Protection, do you mean to tell me with all of that, Harry and his dim-witted brother are complaining about friends that seem to make plans and then all of a sudden it's in the newspaper, and they could not somehow figure out that their phones were being tapped? Nobody from the government warned the royal family that your phones are not safe. That doesn't make sense. How could you have this billion-dollar police infrastructure and nobody tells the head of state, her son or children, and the head of state's grandchildren, which includes all of them, Harry, Eugenie, Beatrice, and Harry's brother, you have not told any of them that there's a possibility that people are listening in on your phones and your messages and such. What are they paying all that money for? They built that big building for their spy agency, and nobody could tell them that was possible. That doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying that I think that they did anything wrong, those police agencies. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense, even in those primitive early days of cell phones. It seems like there should have been monitoring of the privacy of the Queen, of her children, of her grandchildren. It seems like that should have been monitored to ensure that they were safe, that their privacy was safe. And that did not happen. And now stuff like that you look at and you say, wow, they're not like the spy movies. They're not as bright as I thought they were. So, wow. Yeah, that's something I just thought about right now. It would seem like with all of that, just like with 9/11 here in the U.S., we have do you know, I forget the number, but there are tens of thousands. I think it's about 50,000 police agencies in the United States. How many law enforcement agencies are there in the U.S.? Okay, 17,985. I kind of over guesstimated, but 17,985 individual police agencies, which includes county, state, municipal, federal, even college campuses, even the railroads have police. So 17, almost 18,000 police agencies, and you all didn't know that there was a possibility that 9/11 was going to happen? It's the same thing. So I'm not just being critical of the UK. It's the same thing. It's always breathtaking not the same thing in terms of, loss of life or anything, but it's always breathtaking, not what they prevent, but what is gotten away with, what is allowed to happen. And we as consumers and taxpayers spend all this money for those people to keep us safe and to keep us secure, to enforce the law. And they just, they're good at the uniforms and all that kind of stuff. But certain things just should not happen with the amount of money that the public spends. So that was like the mother of short change was 9/11. They really sold us short with that one. But yeah, so that's kind of how I'm feeling about these things. Let me take let me see what I got left here. Sarah Vine, if Harry and Meghan don't, oh yeah, this is the trap right here. This is the trap, you guys. If Harry and Meghan don't denounce the poison in Omid Scobie's new book, we can only assume they endorse it. That is one of the constant talking points, is that why is Harry and Meghan not denouncing this book? Why are they not denying their core? And so let's take this apart. Let's deconstruct the heading here. If Harry and Meghan don't denounce the poison, so of course, symbolism, they're using poison to really ignite people's passion, to make people feel a certain way, to trigger people. They're using the term poison. In Omid Scobie's new book, we can only assume, which means that you should know that if they don't do this, it's not that we're not sure that they didn't have something to do with it, but now we know for certain that the Sussexes are involved. So they are trying to put all of the pressure and all of the onus on the Sussexes. They want the Sussexes to bear the burden of this book. They want the abused to explain their innocence, even though the message is coming from the abusers, and that's the tabloid media. This talking point is coming from the tabloid media. But they really, and the media is good for wanting to get somebody on the record for something. But yeah, they are so determined to get the Sussexes to go on the record. Sarah Vine, where do Harry and Meghan stand in relation to this puppet of theirs? Again, another trigger word, puppet, meaning that they are the ones in control of him. If the Duke and Duchess of Sussex don't denounce the poison in Omid Scobie's new book, we can only assume they endorse it. We can only assume that they endorse it. Again, that's Sarah Vine. She's quite the wordsmith. She's very clever about the things that she writes. If they use this talent in other ways, I would have so much more respect for these journalists, because some of them are amazing writers. Their choice of the language that they use is extraordinary, but they use it for evil. They don't use it to do anything to improve mankind, but they use it to create anger and apathy and paranoia, rather than to uplift and celebrate other people. Is usually done in some kind of way that is done to tear down the very fabric, to rip the fabric of society. Listen to me, I could be a writer. They are tearing at the fabric of society. Let me see. What else do I have here? Okay, now, here we go. Let's do these. I have 6 of these. Omid Scobie's claims King Charles gloated over William and Kate's ill-fated Caribbean tour after his offer to help organize the trip was refused. So apparently, the Duke and Duchess of Wales were accused of colonial insensitivities, and Omid Scobie states his father took pleasure derived at the PR disaster that came from their Caribbean trip last year. Well, I recall saying that if only William listened to Charles. Now, I didn't know whether or not they've ever had those conversations, but Charles, as you can see from Charles going to Kenya, aside from what was leaked out after the fact, it looked like a good trip. We know better, but it looked like a good trip. They were able to hide any dissension, right? They were able to, I guess the worst part of it was, the evil face that Camilla made in the front seat of that car, them walking on carpet on top of the soil. That looked kind of bad. Later on, we found out that there was protest that was silenced, that there were journalists that were othered in their own country. They were made to feel less than in their own sovereign country. We found out about that later. But otherwise, it looked good on the cameras. It looked very good on the cameras. Contrast that to William, who never listens to anybody, who did not have the input of the Clarence house, I'm sure. He depended upon those people that know other people that went to the right school and such. He depended on those image makers to provide the type of experience that his grandmother and his grandfather had back in the 50s. So everything that happened on that Caribbean tour was already planned. It was baked into the cake well before they left the UK, right? William and Kate did not disapprove of any of it. As a matter of fact, they said William was just excited. He was just giddy to get out there and show everybody what he could do, right? Also, notice that the government never lets them go on any of these foreign trips. The only way that William got to go overseas was to do with the environment, not that the government made the request. Ask yourself, why is it the British government does not want William at age 42 to do what Harry was doing at age 19? I repeat, why is it the government does not want William at age 42 to do what Harry was doing at 19? Every tour that Harry has gone on has been a complete success. There hasn't been one single failure of Harry's trips abroad, whether it was for his grandmother or whether it was for his own work. None of those have been a failure. But William went to the Caribbean and lost half the Commonwealth. That one trip has done more damage than all the rest of the royal family has done in the past 70 plus years. Thank you, Adrian Burrow. That one trip has done more damage. Harry, by himself, he did not even have a wife with him. He had just a few people, but Harry did his research. When Harry went to the Wounded Warrior Games, right? Every time Harry does, back in the day when he would do those tours, he always made sure that they scheduled something that he wanted to do. And it wasn't anything like a party or something like that. It was working toward humanitarian stuff. That's what he wanted to do. He also wanted to go to the cemetery, to the what do you call that place? The Arlington National Cemetery. It was his idea to lay some flowers at the grave of John F. Kennedy. That was his idea. He was the first one that went to the fire company in New York. And everything that William has done since has been a reaction to what Harry has done. I think that the Cambridges had that one trip to New York where things went well for them, right? Even though at the time people, actually, I think there was two of them. One of the trips, people criticized the fact that he was there mingling with millionaires or billionaires trying to get money or whatever. But Harry has been a success through and through. But you can't say the same for William and Kate. Their first Oceania tour, they were carried around by natives like the Great White Hunter. They were carried around on rafts of wood and sitting on thrones. Even Charles, I keep telling you guys, if you can find a photo of Charles being carried about by the natives, please share it with me. I looked, I could not find one. Whatever y'all think of Charles, he ain't that stupid. He's not that stupid. He knows what looks right and what looks wrong on camera, especially on tour, which is why you don't have much to say about Germany. You have nothing negative to say about France. Kenya, they managed to hide that because he knows what to do. But the other ones, the Wessexes, they had to cut their trip short. They were told not to go to one of the islands. William was not prepared, even though they said that Charles, I think this was in the book, that Charles had tried to appeal to his son to be prepared for the talk of reparations. William got caught off guard. You had one job, and somehow you blew it. And let me point out one more thing. Remember, Harry and Meghan made the Queen's demise advance that much quicker, right? It wasn't William losing half the Commonwealth, the most important day on her calendar, Commonwealth Day. Although we shouldn't be surprised because one day he totally blew it off so he can go skiing. Harry was there, but William wasn't. So if there's anything that the Queen was proud of in her 70 years of her reign, it was the Commonwealth. And what did William do? He went to the Caribbean and literally spewed out the worst possible colonial era images. I mean, you would have thought it was Williamsburg's West Virginia. This was modern day Jamaica and other Caribbean nations. And he went down there and he blew it. But is Harry and Meghan that upset the Queen so much she just dropped dead? Not William. No, not William making a mockery of the Commonwealth, or her son that she had to pay an estimated, 12 million plus pounds to somebody he never met for something he didn't do. He didn't cause her any grief. Was it her son that went to visit her for lunch? And then days later, we find out there's an outbreak of the pandemic at the Windsor Castle. She managed to survive the entire pandemic without getting sick. Angela Kelly moved in, everybody. She had a bubble of people that had been tested and vetted. There was nothing left to chance. And then her dumb son goes to lunch, unmasked, probably didn't wash them big, nasty, floppy hands. And then she got sick. And who do they blame? The staff. There was an outbreak at the Windsor Castle. So that didn't do anything to her. No, it was Harry and Meghan fleeing for their lives that hastened her demise. Yeah. That's what did it. It wasn't Charles. It certainly wasn't Andrew, the sick old man. It wasn't William and Kate losing half the Commonwealth. Nay, it was the Sussexes, all the way from Montecito, California. Somehow they done her in. And but for Spare, but for the docuseries, and even to a small extent, even the Archetypes helped, because by Meghan using her normal speaking voice, something that to that point, a lot of people who, who weren't fans of Suits may not have even heard her voice before because she had been quiet for so long. But there she was on the podcast, being very normal, all things considered, which is why going to these concerts and going to these red carpets, it goes a long way to normalize them, to take away that shadow, to remove that shadow from them, to bring them into the light so people can see how normal and in love that they are. Because without that, we have nothing but the speculation of the tabloid media. And you just can't leave that to them. So if they could be trusted with that, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. There would be no Royal Sussex. There wouldn't be a Royal Sussex because there wouldn't be anything to talk about. I wouldn't have to defend the Sussexes or Doria or the children or anybody else for that matter, but for the tabloid media. They gave me that to do because of what they won't stop doing. So when I call out those people over there that I find repugnant, when I call them out, when I make them the butt of the joke, as opposed to them calling Meghan chicken legs, trying to deny her motherhood, calling her children dolls, it kind of makes the little laughs that I have seem rather childish in comparison. And even some of the royal reporters with their burner accounts that we found out about, they actually give and receive talking points to the derangers on social media. We know this to be true. We know this because sometimes by mistake, they will make a posting or like something using their burner account. That's how we found Maureen, among others. It's because they slipped up. They looked the wrong way and they used their burner account. And those who follow on Twitter, it doesn't take a lot of information for them to get to the truth. And that's how we know that there's this symbiotic relationship between the tabloid media and the derangers on the social media. In some cases, they're one and the same. Even the Duchess's sister has been accused of having multiple accounts. And I believe in one of those situations, she said her phone got hacked. That wasn't me. My account was hacked. So one minute she's boasting about being able to get into these spaces. And then the next thing you know, when they get called out, there's the declaration of a crime having been committed. My accounts have been hacked. That's a dodge, isn't it? Okay. Let me see. Prince William is accused of silencing Princess Diana by stopping the BBC rebroadcasting the Panorama interview with Martin Bashir to protect the firm by Omid Scobie in his new book. I've said that. Quite a few other squaddies have said that. Every so often, I go on a rant about William giving a speech that seems to give cover to the tabloid media that chased his mother to her death. He is absolving them of responsibility whilst trying to blame the little brown man, Martin Bashir, and the BBC that he hates because the BBC is the only news channel that seems to occasionally show some integrity. Occasionally, they will show integrity. And so his public declaration that I'm no longer friends with Tom Bradby of ITV is so that people will know not to trust him. That's why he said that. His declaration that Princess Diana's life was made worse because of Martin Bashir, the BBC, and Panorama, that was him not only accusing the BBC and pointing out the BBC, singling them out, should I say, as being dishonest brokers, but he is also simultaneously saying, in so many words, that the Sun, they're okay. The Daily Mail, I trust them. Matter of fact, it's always in the pocket of my helicopter. We have a photo of that, by the way. He is letting you know that the tabloids are okay, but the BBC is not. And the reason why I remind people of this is so that when they try to pull the wool over people's eyes, when they try to gaslight people, hopefully myself and others can present the receipts to save foul. And so when you keep doing that, what happens is the tabloid journalists have to think twice. This is why Robert Jobson no longer has a public Twitter account, because he got called out. This is why quite a few of the tabloid reporters have blocked a lot of the squaddies, especially the content creators, because we call them out. We made them feel insecure and uncertain of themselves. And so to get their mojo back, they have to block us out, because otherwise the voice coming out of our mouth becomes the voice in their head. You're a liar. You're lying. And they don't want to hear that voice. We got receipts. They don't want to hear that voice. They want to carry on business as usual. That's why Robert Jobson called out the Sussex squad, because the heat was too much. And we all know that he won't voluntarily leave a kitchen or a restaurant or a food truck or a candy stand. He won't leave any place where they produce. Listen, y'all, I was serious and really making sense for about 20 minutes. You got to let me have that one. But there's not too many food establishments that he will voluntarily walk away from. I say no. You'd have to drag him by the nap of his collar, by his belt. You'd have to drag him away. You'd have to drag him until the toes of his shoes are dragging on the ground. That's the only way you're going to get him away from a menu. Nicely done, right? Thank you. But yeah, that's the only way that you're going to get him to leave any establishment where there are massive quantities of food that is being served. You know, I forgot how I got there, but let me see. How did I start talking about that? Anyway, my point is that they have been trying to gaslight the public. And one of the things that has stood in their way, and this has nothing to do with Robert Jobson or Rebecca English, but one of the things that that has gotten in their way is the Sussex Squad. And even people who don't consider themselves a Sussex Squad, as long as we keep the heat up, it will help with people who don't even consider themselves squatties. It will help them keep the heat up. It will help them stay in the fight. They don't have to be squatties, but as long as they know that there is a collection of people out there who also have receipts, who praises them for telling the truth, the real truth, then it makes it easier for them to do what they need to do. Meredith was actually mentioned in the book Spare. I don't know if you guys know that, but Meredith, who has done a lot of stuff for the, well, she's spoken out against things that has happened to the Sussexes. I won't call her a squatty, but you guys probably know Meredith. She's mentioned in the book. They asked her for her legal name to make sure that it was okay to mention her in the book. Omid Scobie wanted her to have a mention. She's only been doing this for about a year, and she's been mentioned in a book, a real library class book, a published, not a micropress, but a truly published book. And it didn't happen because of the scandals that she has brought up about the Sussexes. It's because that she has been fair with the Sussexes. So I'm happy for her. I'm glad that happened. I'm glad that somebody who has been standing up for truth is actually mentioned on one of the pages in Spare. Good for her. Plausible deniability. Plausible deniability. I don't want anybody to be associated. Yeah, she was crying in the video, Lydia. I saw her in the video. She was in tears. That was very touching. She mentioned that she had called her grandfather to tell him about it. And at some time after that, he passed away. So it was nice that they had that to share at the time. So that, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. That's something great that happened to someone who's on the right side of history. So Omid Scobie's book resolves any dilemmas over whether Harry and Meghan will join the rest of the royal family for Christmas. I can't believe anybody is still having that conversation. Wait, did I finish the other one? In his latest book, the royal biographer claims William was more interested in protecting the institution than allowing Princess Diana's candid and truthful words to remain public. Okay, that's true. Now, over here with Harry and Meghan, and by the way, I'm so glad that Omid Scobie said that. Omid Scobie is the biggest person that I know of, the biggest name that I know of that has called William out for that. If that is indeed in the book, the way it's written here, he is the biggest name of anybody I know with the biggest platform who told the truth that William wanted to silence his mother to help the institution. But Omid is being very nice about it. I'm saying it's not just the institution, it also gives protection and credibility to the tabloids. It absolves them of any responsibility. Yes, the Martin Bashir thing was one thing, but the tabloids, William ought to say that I don't think those tabloids should ever talk about my mother again. How about that one? The tabloids should ever mention the conversation that my mother had with Martin Bashir. He'd never do that. But he's not calling out the tabloids. He's going after a publicly funded institution like the BBC because he can. He wants to. The tabloids have an interest in ruining the credibility of the BBC. Now, I don't know how Omid worded that in his book. Haven't gotten to it yet. But if it's missing that, then I'm just going to say he's right, but only halfway, unless he calls out the other. And in my opinion, which is what I have strictly said for quite some time, that it's not enough to get angry about him going after the BBC. But let's not forget that the tabloids in which he took a payment would enjoy the idea that the BBC has been discredited by a prince of the realm. That helps them out. That's saying, oh, well, at least we got ITV. At least we have Talk TV. At least we have all these other news channels. At least we got those. That's what it says to me. Is BBC bad? ITV good. BBC bad? GB News good. That's what it says. He's not targeting them. And there's plenty of people on those news channels that have been critical of his mother. And he's not targeting them. So cheers to Omid for at least putting that out there. But I would love for him to go a little bit further if that's how he feels. Again, that's my opinion. I'm not necessarily fully correct, but I don't think that I'm completely wrong either. So Omid Scobie's book resolves in, the Christmas thing. With Harry and Meghan highly unlikely to be pulling festive crackers at Sandringham, Charles and Camilla, along with William and Kate, won't have to pose for seasonal photos with the Sussexes. This is ridiculous. I don't think anybody in their right mind expect the Sussexes to be there for Christmas. This is an annual abuse by the tabloid media. This is them abusing the subjects of the Sussexes, rather, once a year for Christmas. And then also for Trooping the Colors, and then for the annual trip to Scotland. They have annual abusive rounds of questions about the movements of the Sussexes, about the attendance of the Sussexes. And they will continue to do that well until probably until the Sussex children graduate from college. There's still going to be speculation about them coming to the UK for Christmas because it's just the right clickbait. Which, by the way, for the record, I didn't open up any of these articles. Rebecca English, like a bitter ex, Omid Scobie dons the mantle of narcissism. Oh, God. Oh, God. Are they using narcissism on him? You all know what's next. Oh, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. They use the other N word. Narcissism and victimhood of the couple he most definitely doesn't act as mouthpiece for to attack the royal. To attack every royal. He can, the maliciousness of his left the palace reeling. Oh, come on, Rebecca. This is full of hyperbole. I don't even know what that means. Rebecca English, like a bitter ex, Scobie dons the mantle of narcissism and victimhood of the couple he most definitely doesn't act as a mouthpiece for to attack everyone. I don't even have anything to add to that one. I got two more. Let me get to those. King Charles drove desperate Harry and Meghan to sign contracts worth up to £128 million after leaving the royal family, Omid Scobie claims. Author Omid Scobie suggests King Charles' handling of that M word drove the Duke of and Duchess of Sussex into signing commercial deals for books, documentaries, and podcasts. Yeah, he cut off their money. He cut off their money. If that's solely the reason why it happened, then so be it. I really don't know. And I don't care. I'm just glad they got the money. The check cleared. I'm happy. The vicious royal assassination that shames even Harry and Meghan's odious cheerleader, Maureen Callahan. Oh my God, it's the albino assassin. That's what I call her, not to disparage anybody with albinism, but that is the albino assassin. Maureen Callahan, who read Omid Scobie's Endgame So You Don't Have to, is horrified at his unblushing cruelty. Call it Spare, the sequel, or Wah. The the whining abides with one caveat. This latest go around, Omid Scobie's Endgame, is an even meaner, B-wordier burn book. Okay, and that is from the albino assassin. Go to hell. Next. Anyway, you guys, I'm almost done. I wanted to share this with you. This is Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. She's a big girl, not fat, but just a big girl. Not by any means overweight, but she got big bones, and Mama knows how to dress. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. They say that the Dutch royal family is loaded. I can see where the money goes. She is sharp, though. I love that. That is beautiful. It's very flowy. I don't know what type of fabric it is, but that is gorgeous. Yeah, she's melanated. She's thick. She's a thick girl. Cornbread fed. Cornbread fed. That is beautiful. It has a nice flow to it. It looks good on her. Yeah, she's a very, very beautiful woman. And I like the way she puts herself together. Let me see. I agree. She looks stunning. I do like that dress. Is that the real Benny Blair? A 5-day trial? Curvaceous. All right. Okay. She's a brick. House. She's mighty. Just letting it all hang out. Oh, she's a brick house. She's the one, the only one. Okay, so again, here is Omid Scobie being stalked by the Daily Fail in New York City. These quality photos compared to the ones that I screenshot from a video. But yeah, there he is being stalked by the Daily Mail. Endgame, here's a collage of photos. And I suspect that those are the photos that are inside of the book. So I didn't know that the book came with photos, but apparently there are photos inside of the book from what I can see here. Yeah, she's not in a tiara either. I found this just by chance. Harry and Meghan, a love story. These are those cutout dolls, those little paper dolls or whatever. Yeah, paper dolls. Didn't know that they had those, but that's kind of cool. And they even got the skin tone right. And lastly, you know, when I find a work of art, I love to share it. I love this. I don't know if it's a painting or if it's digital or what, but it's just very cool. The color contrast is lovely. I just found that while I was trying to put together the Omid superhero character. I found this one. But yeah, love that. Great pick. Really cool photo. Oh, that's a silk screen. Thank you, Leslie F. That's a silk screen. Yeah, I'd love to have a big version like that, have it professionally framed. I got this one Japanese, I think it's a block painting. I think it's what you call a block painting, but it's numbered. It was a gift that I received from a very close dear friend that passed away. But it was a gift that I received. And I think it's called The Woman in the Red Jersey or something like that. But it's like one of maybe 200, I think. It's, you know what? Let me go take a look because I don't remember. Hold on. Oh, wow. It's one of 30. It's one of 30. And if I could find the name of the artist, I may be able to find it in one of his coffee table books or something. But yeah, it's from a Japanese artist. One of 30. I feel so exclusive and cool. Cool. So that's it, you guys. Thank you all so much for hearing me out. Somehow we have crept past 3 hours again. Yeah, if I'm correct, Leslie, I think it's one of 30. I have to share you guys a picture of it one of these days. Let me see here. Well, yes, thank you all so much. You all, I have to be very honest. I don't know that Endgame helps the Sussexes that much, but I am enjoying that family being dragged. I am enjoying the very protected English Rose being dragged. I'm so glad that Willie is being exposed as the cruel, malicious enabler and cooperator with the tabloid media. He is a corrupt individual, just like his father. He took money to settle a lawsuit and didn't mention it to his brother, which I think is very cruel. Yeah, I think that was very cruel. Well, let's see, there I go. I did have it framed with a museum quality frame. Is what is it? Ultraviolet proof glass. And yeah, it's I got it framed really nice. It's got the bevel around it and everything. So I did have it lovingly framed. It looks better than when I got it. When I got it, it had some water damage on the bevel that came with it. So they replaced the bevel. I think the only thing that they salvaged was just the actual poster or silk screen, whatever it is, wood block painting, and the metal frame. But the glass and the bevel and the backing was replaced. So, well, yeah, I love it. I have it in a very prominent space. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I started listening to the audio. I'm listening to the audio. I think someone ordered the book for me from the wish list, but I couldn't wait, so I'm doing the audio. And looks like it's going to take me a couple more days to get through it, but I'm on chapter 6. The Fall of Prince Andrew, Scandal, Shame, and Silencing Jane Doe. Ooh, that sounds ominous.
And now the prospect of an out-of-court settlement in...
You hear that? That is Omid Scobie's voice. Let me give you a little sample of his voice.
involving money from the family's private wealth were all damaging the monarchy's reputation. Someone needed to be the firm hand in that situation, and he felt the family was being too soft, said a source.
Yeah. So he has a very good voice. Not as nice as Harry's. Harry's sounds like somebody you hang out with. Omid Scobie is so erudite that it sounds like I should be wearing a smoking jacket in some gentleman's only club in the financial district or something like that. So yeah, he's no Prince Harry. Yeah, he's no Prince Harry. Yeah, I wish I had a bigger house just so that I have an excuse to put more art on the wall. Love having art. If you guys find anything that you like, buy it. If it's not framed, have it professionally framed and put it on the wall. And don't get anything because it's what you think other people like. Find something that you like. And you know where to stick it. Find something you like. Oh yeah, he has a very deep voice. Very deep voice. Right? Yeah.
Source close to the prince. The whole thing was casting a long shadow over the entire institution, over all of them. Up to this point, the family hadn't done much to mitigate the crisis or make it.
Yeah, that's Omid. That's Omid. That's our Omid. So I am on chapter 6, and I think I still have about almost 10 hours left. I have about 10 hours left. So that's why I say it's going to take me a couple days. But the books are very helpful when you are working on a project or something. Sometimes I have to run it back because I may zone out and miss something. But I remember when I was listening to Harry, I got off the highway at the wrong exit. I'm just rolling. I was like, where the hell am I? Oh my God, where am I? And I forgot what he was talking about, but it was so deep. I was just rolling. Let's see. Leslie F says, Baron, I have a Salvador Dali authenticated one of four of 45 I bought in an old antique store that was going out of business in San Francisco. I also have a few other ones. Oh, very cool. Salvador Dali. Now, his paintings, they call that realism, I think. I think they call it realism, but God, that guy was talented. Very talented. My only other big acquisition, and it's not really that big, but I found a Frank Lloyd Wright clock in a thrift store, and I paid $5 for it, but I recognize the cipher of Frank Lloyd Wright. He had a cipher. It almost looked like a wax stamp, but it was like a little logo that he used on some of his work, or his estate used on some of his work. And there's a collection of clocks by Frank Lloyd Wright, which is based on the stained glass in several of the houses that he designed. And so this particular clock is supposed to go with that particular house. Well, when I recognized the cipher, I said, oh God, I don't need another clock. But it's only $5. And then, of course, I'm like, where's the pendulum? It's missing the pendulum. Didn't matter. It was a Frank Lloyd Wright clock. So it usually retails for about $178. I paid $5 for it. And then, of course, unsatisfied with that, I had to fashion a pendulum, and I took some what was it? I used, let me see, it wasn't a popsicle stick, but it was I forgot where I got this little scrap piece of wood from. And then I glued another piece of wood. And so to get the colors right, I actually went to the paint section of the store and I got some samples of those cards, the paint colors. And so I trimmed them with a pair of scissors and then I glued them to the pieces of scrap wood that I used for the pendulum. And I think it looks better than the actual pendulum that comes with the clock. Yeah, I think it looks better. But I have this little, I guess, obsession. When I go to a thrift store and I see a clock, I always feel like I need to rescue the clock as though I'm at a dog pound or something. But I'm like, oh, that clock just needs to be in a space where it's appreciated. Or sometimes I'll buy a clock and bring it home just to see if it works. But yeah, so I paid $5 for a Frank Lloyd Wright clock that was worth just under $200. So that was fun. The best part about stuff like that is the little conversation where you can say, well, I was at one of my favorite resale shops and such and such and such and such and such and such. I got a plate. Have you guys ever heard of the Pump Room? That was the Chicago restaurant. Even Queen Elizabeth dined at the Pump Room, right? Well, anyway, I was at a thrift store and I found a plate from the old Pump Room restaurant, an Art Deco style plate. And the Pump Room is very famous because during the 1930s and 40s, the owner of the place, his name was Ernie, I think it was Byfeld. And Ernie Byfeld, at the time when there were so many cross-country trips on the train, a lot of the train schedules were created so that people would have to spend the night in Chicago. And of course, if you're going to stay in Chicago, you'd go to Marshall Fields and go shopping, right? So they had a lot of historic hotels and restaurants and department stores. Some people say that Chicago is the birthplace of the modern day department store. And so famous department stores like Montgomery Ward and Sears started in Chicago. Walgreens started in Chicago. Chicago was like the home of retail at one time. Factories, department stores, smog, pollution, horse droppings on the streets, they had it all. Well, anyway, the Pump Room was created at a time when, like, say, all of the stars of the silver screen before airlines were popular for crossing country, they took the train. Trains were faster back in those days, believe it or not. Not faster than planes, but they were fast to cross the country. So it wasn't the big chore like it is today because trains don't move as fast as they used to here in the U.S. But so the Pump Room was actually named in honor of the Pump Room in Bath, England. Are you guys with me or no? It was named to compliment or to celebrate the Bath restaurant called the Pump Room. So that was the reason why they called it Pump Room, because of course the waters in Bath pumps. So it was a Queen Anne style restaurant, very traditional interior. But table 1 is where all the celebrities would want to sit. Table 1 was the best seat in the house. And if you have ever seen a movie where they bring the telephone out and sit it on the table, it will. By the way, you guys, I'm done. So if you need to go ahead. But anyway, they would sit the phone on the table. They'll say, Mr. Sinatra, you have a call. And, Frank Sinatra, big star, sitting at the table, and all of the other people at the restaurant would love to sit on the other side of the room because it gives you a good view of the celebrity at table one. If you were famous and you came through Chicago, you wanted to go to the pump room and you wanted to sit at table one. So that is where the celebrities dined. And the restaurant was super, super famous, world known restaurant to anybody. If you had been to Chicago, you had to go to the pump room. And so this plate comes from that restaurant. Yeah, it's like a little cool history. And the other cool little history about the restaurant, have you guys ever heard of an album by Phil Collins? It was called No Jacket Required. It was his debut album as a solo artist. No Jacket Required. Well, he went to the pump room and he was not wearing a jacket. And at this time, you had to wear a jacket if you wanted to be seated at the pump room. And he didn't wear a jacket. And so, because of that rejection, he decided to name his first solo debut album No Jacket Required because of the day that he was confronted by the maitre d' at the Pump Room restaurant in Chicago. Okay, so anything else? Oh, yeah, Phil Collins. Phil Collins. Okay, well, I guess we're good then, you guys. Thank you so much. As usual, love you guys. Thank you for all being here. Thank you so much for your very generous and thoughtful contributions. B10 Powell for 22 months membership. Church Nelly, 27 months membership. And Olivia Johnson, 2 months membership. Legs, thank you so much for your super chats. I'm sorry, super chats. Elaine Parker for the super sticker. Helen Cole, thank you for your super chat. And Connie Balmer. Ricola, thank you so much for my wonderful gift box in the mail today, all the way from Switzerland. You have no idea how touched I am by that. All the way from Switzerland. I was like, when I went to go pick it up, I was like, it's from Switzerland. I was like a little kid. I was so happy. So thank you so much for that. You have brought sunshine into my space. Thank you so much. Let's see. Legs again. Nana, thank you so much. Legs, 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 and legs. And Nana, thank you. So thank you all so much for your super chats and your super stickers. And also thank you everyone who has the memberships. Greatly appreciate it. And yeah, I think that's it. So with that, if you guys have any more comments, I'll try to see them on the way out. Yeah, that's right, Church Nelly, you are still here. Thank you so much for that. Hen Powell says, I understand the fuss telling lies and hatred is not sustainable. The truth always surfaces in the long run. More of these British tabloid reporters will soon start writing the real story. I pray. I really do pray that that happens. Yeah. I really do pray that that happens. By the way, I watched the funeral for or memorial service for Rosalind Carter. Rosalind Carter. I watched that today. Yeah, I liked her. Let me see. Last year when I worked in Chicago, I stayed at the Crown Plaza on the West Loop, but I did not go visit the Drake and the Congress Hotel while I was there. Beautiful interior. Oh, you said, but I did. Oh, I'm sorry. But I did. Yeah, the Drake Hotel, that is where Princess Diana stayed when she came to Chicago. The Drake Hotel, as a matter of fact, I think the Queen had stayed in Chicago overnight back in the 1950s. I think that was her first and only visit to Chicago. And she had a lunch at the Pump Room, and then I think she stayed at the Drake. But yeah, believe it or not, because the St. Lawrence Seaway, that's why she was here in Chicago, was because of the opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway. So she was doing a tour of the Great Lakes, and the Royal Yacht Britannia was in Lake Michigan. Hard to believe, but the Britannia was in Lake Michigan. So weird. And so there's a place near the Buckingham Fountain. They call it the Queen's Landing. And that's where the Queen, stepped onto the lakeshore from the barge that brought her from the Britannia. So they call it the Queen's Landing. I thought they called it the Queen's Landing because of an Elton John concert, but I was wrong. It was because of Queen Elizabeth. Imagine that. Queen Elizabeth from Buckingham Palace goes all the way to Chicago and gets off her boat, and she's right there at the Buckingham Fountain. What a coincidence. Yeah, but the Drake Hotel is beautiful. And you said the Congress Hotel. Oh, yes, the Congress. Yeah, the Congress is not as nice as it used to be. At one time, the Congress Hotel was like really, really nice, but now it's kind of like it's it's not awful, but and it's a great location, but it's just not the spectacular place that it used to be because they kind of retrofitted a lot of the elegance out of it. Oh yeah, yeah. Phil Collins has been in bad shape for a while. Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's gravely ill. Um, but yeah, that I'm a real history buff, and of course, I love architecture, so that's one of my favorites. Now, let me see if I can. No, I cannot. Oh, okay, I don't see it. Oh, you guys, I have so much work I need to do. I need to organize my my receipts. The same ones I said I needed to do months ago. I still need to do them. Still haven't gotten around to it. Oh, wow. Yeah, I was in New York on November the 9th, 2021. That was when Harry and Meghan was at the Intrepid. I was looking at this picture of myself in New York. I'm like, why was I in New York? Yeah, that was why. Okay. Listen, you all, go get some rest now. We've been on here 3.5 hours, 1,138 people, or start your day. Or start your day. You could always start your day. Go and scrub the toilet or make some coffee or something. That used to be one of my favorite things, was to clean up the house on a Saturday. I love to wake up on Saturday morning, put some music on, and scrub the house from top to bottom. That was so relaxing. Play some good music and get out my cleaning supplies like Monica and Friends and just scrub, scrub, scrub. Yes, I am going to do that. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, thank you so much, B10 Pal, for being here. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find that. Let me see here. Nope, I cannot find it. What if I do this? See if that works. I think I have like over 80,000 photos on my computer. 80,000 photos. I used to just go through and delete just to, make sense out of it. But I don't even bother anymore. And I got a bunch of photos I need to digitize from years ago. I keep saying I'm going to do that. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, I'm going to show you my print. I'm going to show you my print. Oh, that sounds weird, doesn't it? I'm going to show you my print. I'm talking about my Japanese woodblock painting print. Sick people. I'm going to show I'm going to show you my print. Get your minds out of your gutters. Oh, man. Okay, let me see. How am I going to do this? That did sound strange, though. I can make anything sound strange. Maybe it's because I'm strange. Okay. Do you remember somebody sent me a super chat, or was it a super sticker? And it said knob. I don't know what knob meant, but it said knob. And I'm just like, knob? Buy me a drink first. My goodness. Get right to the point, don't you? And I'm just like, where did that come from? That was one of those stickers that you can buy, and it just said knob. It was weird. I'm like, I don't know you like that. Knob. Okay, I'm going to show you the condition that this thing was in when it was given to me, and then I'll show you the way it looked once I restored it. Wait, where is it? Okay, let's try that. Although the lighting is not great, I warn you, the lighting is not great. Hmm. Well, give me a second, you guys. I got to try to figure out how I want to do this. I'm still not clear on the concept of moving the picture from here to there. Okay. Oh, all right. Let me try this. Oh man, that doesn't work. Yes, got it. Got it. Okay. I just have to remember to do that next time. Okay, so that's the after. Let me show you the before. It was kind of trash when I got it. I mean, it wasn't awful, but it just needed to be, it needed some work. Okay, so next time, do it like this. Oh man, that's so easy. See, I got to remember the steps I used. Okay, if you're ready, the big reveal. So, this is the state it was in when I got it. Oh, you can't see it, but at the the whole thing doesn't show up. But at the bottom right, the glass is cracked. No, at the top, there's the glass is cracked, and at the bottom right, there's a water stain. Don't know how that happened. And then when I got it, you know, fixed, that's the way it looks now. So the lighting is not good. It's kind of hard to photograph it where I have it located. But I think it's called The Woman in the Red Jersey or something like that. But it's from a Japanese artist, and you could just barely see the printing at the bottom. Well, it's penciled at the bottom, the name of the artist and the number. And anyway, so that now it has the museum quality glass, and it's been reframed and everything. So that's before and that's the after. Oh, no wonder you can't see it. I shared the wrong photo. Let me see. I'll show you how it was damaged. Okay, there you can see at the top, the glass is cracked, and at the bottom, there is another crack with a water stain. Don't know how that happened, but now it is professionally framed and in a very good place. So I'm gonna have to watch Nightline, right? I'm gonna have to. Oh, let me see. After I'm going to see if the Tonight Show it was on is the Tonight Show. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I think I went to the Great Frames. What is it? The Great Frame Up, the frame, whatever that frame store. And I think I paid maybe $150 or $200 for it. And I did that like maybe 5 years ago. It was a while ago. I know it was before the pandemic, but I didn't care. I wanted to make sure that it was done properly. Yeah, I wanted to make sure it was done properly. So Whatever it was, I just wanted it done right. Yeah, they have to use that non-acetone paper or whatever to make sure that it doesn't harm the work. But yeah, so every so often I just glance over there and she's just sitting there chilling and watching me and making sure I'm okay. But yeah, sometimes when I go to the resale shop, I look and see if it's something that I like. I'll grab it and, you know, just so I have something interesting in the house. Oh, do you guys want to see my clock? Do you want to see my clock? Yes? No? I'll show you anyway. So proud of my clock. Oh man, I don't have a picture of it for some reason. Oh, I do, but I just don't see it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, that's blurry. Not worth it. Oh, there's one. Oh, that's a little video. Huh. Yeah, I could share this one with you. Let me see if I can make it look a little brighter, though. All of these are so poorly lit. Can't believe I'm sharing these with you guys. Look at how close we are now. I'm sharing my art collection with you. Okay. So I want to move this over there. Do I? That worked. And then I want to show you how the original clock appeared before I show you how I modified it with my bespoke pendulum. Wait, how you spell Lloyd? Oh, I know what you do. Frank Lloyd Wright, clock. Crap. Let me see. Oh yeah, and the clocks are made by Bulova. They're made by I see one that costs $129, $164. Same clock. Let me see this one on Amazon. It retails for $164. Okay. I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle as we're traveling merrily along. And when those spurs they jingle, jangle, jingle. Da 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 da. I got spurs they jingle, jangle, jingle. Is there anything that I can say that doesn't sound provocative? Oh man. Either it's getting late or it's been a while. I don't know which is which. I got spurs, they jingle, jangle, jingle. Could you imagine how much fun I would be on a road trip? I think I'm a lot of fun on a road trip. I really do. Because I don't ever shut up. I just talk and 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 talk. Could you imagine if I was hanging out with Kate Middleton? I won't stop talking. She won't stop grinning. Talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. Okay, so here's my clock. It's doing some funny lines there. It's not supposed to do that. But that's my clock. That's the pendulum that I made. Now, the pendulum is actually a couple of scrap pieces of wood. And let me see if I can make it stop. So, well, okay, sorry, the lighting is bad, but the pendulum is a couple of scrap pieces of wood. So if you notice, the stained glass has some green square rectangles in it, right? So the arm of the pendulum is green, and then the actual whatever you call the weight, well, the weight of the pendulum is the same brown as the wood grain of the clock. But the green and the brown that I use for the pendulum is actually those paper cutouts from the um, paint department at the Home Depot. All right, so let me show you a better image of the clock so you can see the detail. That's it right there. Now, that is supposed to just be plain background. They have like a vase with some not vines, but some whatever roots or whatever sticking out of the top of it. But that's not how it looks. It's just plain. It should look like whatever wall is behind it. So again, the stained glass is based on a house designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. And so it's like a mint colored glass, like aqua green glass. And then there's a dark green pieces of stained glass. And then the rest of it is all clear with the black lines. So again, the details look awful, but that's the best picture I could find. And then you can see the pendulum is just a plain black piece of what I don't even know if it was metal or wood, but it's a black piece. And then there's like two geometrically shaped pieces, both rectangle shaped pieces, one on top of the other that makes the pendulum. Mine is a green stem with a brown piece on top of it and works just fine. I mean, it keeps time and everything. It's still a battery operated clock, but they're made by Bulova. The Bulova Clock Company makes those. And there's like four different styles or five different styles of clocks based on the five different Frank Lloyd Wright houses. Okay, let me lift that up. There we go. And so there's my clock right there with my homemade pendulum. So that was fun. That was like my project one day. I like fixing stuff. It's like the challenge to see if I can fix it. I got to try to find you guys a better photo of it because that looks awful. Oh, okay. Maybe this works. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know why it's so hard to photograph this clock. Okay. Well, you can see the colors better, right? You can see the colors a little better. And the pendulum is moving. So, wait. Yeah. Well, yeah, you can see the colors better, I think. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, TB. I rescued it from a thrift store. And you see that red square in the center? That's the Frank Lloyd Wright cipher. Other than that, it didn't say what kind of clock it was. It's made out of walnut, but it didn't say. It just had that cipher and Bulova. So when I saw it, I'm just like, oh, that's Frank Lloyd Wright. That's Frank Lloyd Wright. And then I said, do I need another clock? But if I don't take it, maybe nobody will. I got to rescue that clock. That's a little conversation I was having in my head. Oh, okay. I can show you guys here. I can show you here. No, I can't. I can't show you. It doesn't look right. Is that it? No, that's it. That's it. I want to show you like this little encryptic looking logo that I recognize. And I'm just like, I've seen that before. Oh, that's where they got that from. Huh. That's interesting. Y'all, I got way too much time on my hands. I got way too much time on my hands that I would even recognize something like that. Trust me when I say it. I got way too much time on my hands. Now just think what type of logic I could have actually fit into my head if I wasn't obsessed with this. Surely there's room for something more interesting, right? But since you all want to hang out, all 1,000 of you, we're going to talk about my clock. Okay, let me see. Delete that. And delete that. Then I bring these over here. This one. And where's the other one? Ha, this one. So it's kind of hard to see it, but you see that little red square there on the clock? That is what it says. FL. I don't even know what that. But anyway, that's how he used to sign stuff. That's Frank Lloyd Wright's cipher, and I recognized it on that little red square. And then I'll show you this one more. And there you can see it on the clock there. Front glass is a representation of the decorative glass window in the living room of the Ward W. Wilts house in Highland Park, Illinois. Clear back panel and silent swinging wood pendulum. Oh, so there should be clear glass on the back. I don't have any glass on the back of mine. It's just open. Oh man, I shouldn't have read that. Now I got to find clear glass. Now I am going to have to spend an entire day going to find some place where I can get a clear piece of glass to go on the back of that clock, even though I had it for years without one. They call that obsessive behavior disorder. That's what they call it, obsessive behavior disorder. I thought by now I would have cleared the room, but there's still 984 of you. Did I show you guys that little birthmark on my thigh? I'm just kidding. Okay, y'all, I'm fixing to go. It's been almost 4 hours, and I just knew there was no way that we were going to get close to 4 hours like we did yesterday. I said, we ain't even going to get that close. We ain't even going halfway there. But somehow, we're still here. So I am going to find my queens, and then we're going to call it a night. Let me see. Today's the 29th, but it was really the 28th, 27th, 26th. Okay. So get rid of that and that. And let me see. I'm going to take that down. You're far away from me, my love, and just as sure, my baby, as there are stars above. Wanna say, someday we'll be together. Oh, yes, we will. Someday we'll be together. Long time ago, my baby, I made a big mistake, honey, but I said goodbye. No. Okay, so good night, Flower and Mama Doria. And good night, People's Princess, Queen of Our Hearts, and the Ginger Avenger. And then, of course, the last word of the day. Well, I just sang it. Someday we'll be together. Yes, we'll be together someday. Oh, what am I missing? Let me see. That's great to hear. I'm glad that Omid Scobie mentioned it again. The Sussexes had nothing to do with the book. Not a darn thing. It's completely debunked the negative narrative of the Unroyals and their lying racist thugs. Absolutely. Oh, thank you so much, Margarita. And matter of fact, thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, Lauren Brown, really? Thank you. Thank you. As you know, here at Royal Sussex, we always try to make it fun yet informative. That is our goal each and every time, to make it fun and yet informative. Good night, Margarita Maxwell. Thank you so much for being here. And remember, this has not been a Mark Goodson or Bill Totson production. No animals were maimed or injured throughout the entire recording of Royal Sussex. Nobody is going to receive a year's supply of turtle wax, not one single person. There's no Amana refrigerators. There's no Whirlpool washing machines. None of the stuff that you usually find on a game show. However, There is the Royal Sussex wish list. Now that's a whole nother thing. Glance at that on the way out of here. Gosh, who was that that said that when I mentioned the cabin filter in the car, and I showed a before and after picture of how filthy the cabin filter can get, that she was outside in a very undignified position under the dashboard trying to find her cabin filter. I forgot who that was, but gosh, that was so funny. Um, but yeah, if you ever change the cabin filter in your car, which is usually under the dashboard, all I could say is try to protect your modesty, because you are going to be bent over in that car with one leg hanging out the window, the other one over the back of the seat, trying to get up under that dashboard to get that cabin filter. But it's filthy. And most people never change the cabin filter in their car. Imagine having a car 10 years and you keep having that sour smell every time you turn on the air conditioning and you don't know why. That's because that damp, musty, probably moldy cabin filter has never, ever been changed. Ugh. That's like the lungs of your car, right? The air comes in at the bottom of the windshield, and the cabin filter usually have little twigs and leaves in it and lots of dust. 10 years of dust and mold. And some people never change it. And your car is making you sick. So change those cabin filters. If you don't want to do it, I think they can actually do it at the oil change or whatever. But change that cabin filter. Yuck. Let's see. Still here. Baron, painting bedroom, not done yet. 61 years old. Doing those things. Yep, I feel it. Oh, well, very cool, Leah Torrey. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm keeping you company while you're painting. I love that. My sister told me she watched the Maxine, Meeting Maxine with Tyler Perry. She said it was so good. She said it was so good. She said it was a lot longer than she thought it would be, but it was so good. I haven't seen it yet, but I'd love to see it. Good morning, Janet Lavalley. Okay. And we count down 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 19 seconds. Well, let's see if we can get out of here before it flips over to 4 o'clock. And so with that, I am going to cue the Ginger Avenger. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. And remember, no bad energy. Oh, and remember, no bad energy. I'm glad you're home. Now, did you really miss me? I guess you did by that look in your eye. Look in your eyes. Well, lay back and relax while I put away the dishes. Put away the dishes. Then you and me can rock a bell. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. Ding dong ding. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. Ding dong ding. Oh man. The night is young and full of possibilities. Well, come on and let yourself be free. Aren't you glad you're not in the same four walls in the same house with me with the same cowbell? I'm going to be up all night playing with this bell. But that was so funny. Just imagine back in the 70s, we're kids, we're all singing Ring My Bell, had no idea what the lyrics was about. I thought somebody was talking about a bell. I didn't know that it was something more, you know, provocative going on. I thought they was just talking about a bell. All of us kids sitting up there singing Ring My Bell. The only thing that's more disturbing is a bunch of kids sitting around singing Santa Baby. Yeah, I never let children sing Santa Baby. I prohibit the singing of Santa Baby. No child should be sitting up there talking about Santa Baby, just slip a mink under the tree for me. Been a good girl all year, Santa Baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. There is something so wrong about that on so many levels. If your children are singing Santa Baby, I'm going to call the people on you. I'm just telling you. If I find out that your children or grandchildren are singing Santa Baby, I don't care. You just have to be mad at me. I'm calling the people. I'm calling the people. I'm calling the people. Don't let your kids sit up there and be singing Santa Baby. People going to think something wrong with your household. Are the parents in charge or are the children in charge? Makes me wonder. Santa Baby. Just slip a sable under the tree for me. Been a good girl all year, Santa Baby. So hurry down the chimney tonight. That's just sick. Sick. Oh. So, Valerie, you said you fell asleep and woke up and you're still here. Yeah, you're right. And I'm losing my voice. I mean, good thing I have a year's supply of Ricola, thanks to Connie Balmer. But okay, so I'm gonna go, you guys. It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll stay outside for a while and just smile. Yes, it's a beautiful morning. Okay, y'all. Good night. I say good night. Oh, well, thank you, Ella Parker. I appreciate it. All right. I can't believe there's still so many people here. You know what? I am going to be the last one out of here tonight. How's that? I'm going to be the last one. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to see how long I can stay quiet. Okay, how long was that? How long did I stay quiet? Good night, Connie Balmer. I love this. Yes, Marsha, we need more cowbell. We need more cowbell. I saw that episode of Saturday Night Live. You know what we need? We need more cowbell. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Good night.